want to say, baby, when you're alone into darkest night? Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Take your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Take your destiny.
hear me? Are we doing content again? I'm always here for some content, chat. I'm always here for your content. I'm your content chick. I'm your massive content chick. No concept chick. That's right, that's me. That's who we're talking about. That's who this is all about today, right? No, I mean, look. Okay, look. Okay, look. I would be lying to you if I were to tell you that I've never been transvestigated before, but yeah, that's what we're gonna talk about it. Chat, the transvestigators. The transvestigators are at it again. What is even up with that? What is even on with that? What is even preposition with that? Chat, we're doing a Mad Libs. Are you ready to do a Mad Libs with me? Because I'm ready to do a Mad Libs with you. I don't always do a Mad Libs with you, but when I do, it's good content, right? And we just fill in the blanks as we go along. That's the best way. I'm just like, I want this like curtain to like match the carpet, right? Wouldn't it be cool to have carpet like this? Like downstairs? You know, downstairs carpet? Like this? That would be sick. That would be super, super sick. Weren't you reversed? Oh yeah, you're right. It was like a reverse transvestigation. Wait, when was that? Globbits, I don't remember. But you remember. This is the nice thing about chat, okay? Okay, now listen, I don't want to put any responsibility on you. Oh my god, Vamps, thank you for the resubscribe. I don't want to put too much responsibility on you, okay? But I will say that when my own memory doesn't work, sometimes chat does. It's like having an extension. It's like having like a, what do you call that? Like a, it's like an external drive, but what do you call the kind that like goes fast? Some bullshit, oh no, yeah, that was the person that was like, and you aren't even trans. And I'm like, wait, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Because like there's two ways that could go, right? If somebody says you aren't even trans, they could be saying that, you know, maybe it's a trans med, right? And they're like, you're not valid. You're not heckin' valid. You're not doing enough to assimilate into cis heteronormativity. And therefore, how can you even be trans, right? So we're gonna try to do the butterfly thing, although like last time it got a little out of hand. Oh my god, look at that. We got a void butterfly. It's getting out of hand already, chat. We got void coffee. We got void butterflies. Like, what is even next? Like, what are we even doing?
Void coffee.
Oh my god, yeah, MFD. Thank you for the community sub. To, M. Corcoran. How come I can't pronounce anybody's name? That's like the one thing that's difficult for me. I feel like I do a good job of reading off copy. Like if there's some kind of article, like I put myself into it a little bit. But when it comes to people's names, I'm always so unsure. I'm like, is it Lynn M? Or is it, you know? And then there's also sometimes like not you chatters, but there's some people whose names like they try to get me to say and they end up being offensive somehow. I've almost fallen for offensive names quite a few times, but none of your names are offensive to me. And Lynn MFD, thank you for the community gift sub. To M. Corcoran. All names which I can pronounce. Yes. All names. No, like the most embarrassing, okay? And this person, like, I don't see this person anymore. And it's gotta be my fault. It's gotta be my fault for mispronouncing her name, okay? Like, her name was Little Miss Muffin Top, right? Which is a cute name for a chatter, true, okay? And when I saw it in chat, I was like, oh, hello, Lilms. Lilms. I couldn't pronounce I couldn't figure out that it was Little Miss Muffin Top. Like, you know, just like, it's one word with no breaks, right? And I'm like, Lilms, thank you very much for the follow, Lilms. Yeah, it was the most embarrassing moment of my life. And luckily nobody made a clip of it, so. My problem with names is remembering them. I see Wiener, that's a good name. It's caused the names are often more than one word without spaces, so you can't always see the pronunciation. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just too nervous about getting people's names wrong and being offensive, chat. Sometimes I worry that I'm the problem. Like, am I a problem, chat? Sometimes I wonder, is the problem me? Is that Bugs Bunny? No, this is Chungus. This is Chungus, a famous Z-list Twitch streamer, Chungus Logic over here. You can tell, you should be able to tell by the green miasma emanating from his eyes, right? Yeah, no, this is, like, I feel like, okay, so the story behind, if you want to know for real, right? Because I always meme, and sometimes I worry that when I meme, people are gonna think I'm being dismissive. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you meme and if you refuse to acknowledge reality, it's almost like you don't care about them. And I never want anybody to think that I don't care about them. So here's the story of Big Chungus, right? It was some kind of Bugs Bunny cartoon where Elmer Fudd is hunting Bugs Bunny, and, like, I think he's, like, impersonating Elmer Fudd or something. There's actually a scene. This is actual Looney Tunes, like, right? The Chungus is not just an internet meme creation. The Chungus existed back in the 50s, right? And they didn't call him the Chungus, right? There's no name for him. It was just a panel in Looney Tunes animation where Bugs Bunny, I think, oh yeah, he goes like this. And he blows on his thumb and he inflates himself, because cartoons are like that. Cartoons can just, like, inflate themselves like that. Wouldn't you? Yeah, sometimes it seems like it would be cool to be a cartoon. I'm not gonna lie. Actually, chat, I would think I'd rather be an anime, but if I wasn't in an anime, you know that I would be in one of those battle shonen animes, right? And because I was a girl, I would get my butt kicked, like, extra. I'm pretty sure that's how part 6 of JoJo worked, right? If you're a girl, you have to get your butt kicked extra. What is up with that? Anybody watched part 6 or read part 6? Jolene is always fighting the stand battles, like, with her body. I mean, yeah, sometimes she uses her stand too, but she's always, like, punching and kicking. Like, she's actually, like, there's a lot more of her fighting. Like, Jotaro does that sometimes too, right? But it's just because Jotaro is a badass and, like, he kind of, like, low-key wants to punch you. Like, he'd low-key rather punch you with himself than with his stand. And, but with Jolene, she just has to defend herself, right? She's in a tough situation. It's very relatable to a lot of us, right? It involves time. Of course, it always involves time. Always involves time. You have emotes again. Nice. Nice. So glad to see you with Weasels again, Lynn MFT. After I stumbled and fumbled over your name. After I completely dropped the ball on that, but we're gonna try not to drop the ball today because we got a lot to cover. We got a lot that is going on. Wait, should I have this one, or do you want the... I feel like some people miss this one. I feel like some people, like... I feel like some people... Yeah, this one. So good. I forgot how good this was. It's really, really, really good. What's up, Aradak? Speaking of people whose names I mispronounce, yeah, it's supposed to be Adadake, but for some reason I call you Aradak and it sticks, like, right? Just like I call Shakespeare, and hopefully we'll have Shakespeare back in Twitch chat soon. And until then, Shakespeare is gonna be stuck in YouTube chat. So yeah, I think a lot. Yeah, I like this music too. This is like a. So what are we talking about today? So much stuff. Obviously, we watched the Shoe on Head video yesterday. I kind of expected to see a dig at Thoughtslime. There wasn't one in there. It was just Shoe being the worst kind of pick-me. Like, or, I don't know. I don't want to say the worst kind of pick-me because maybe I'm not, like, experienced enough with pick-me's. I know Pick-me Pearl. I know Shoe on Head. This music makes you feel mischievous. I mean, you should feel mischievous, right? That's a good thing. It's awakening the Phantom Thief or the Pirate King or the Pirate Regent within, right? It's awakening that, you know? It's turning you into an anime character, basically, right? Which is great as long as you've got plot armor. And we're hoping for that. All pick-me's are wildly boring. Yeah, but I mean, like, there should be, like, a study of them. There should be, like, a school of, you know, some kind of anthropology, sociology degree you could get studying particular pick-me's, like Shoe on Head. But yeah, the kind of pick-me that Shoe on Head is the kind that is, like, not like other girls. Like, I feel like that's a specific one. I feel like that's a specific thing, right? Like, she wants to be one of the boys, but, like, one of the boys that the boys can still like rizz up. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Like, I get it, guys. Girls are fucking cringe. Let me show you how much I know about how cringe girls do and all the things that girls do that annoy the fuck out of you, and how I will never do those things in our relationship because I am not like other girls, right? I'm the good one. I almost know what that motivation is. Like, I can almost predict that the motivation behind that is that guys don't always treat women like human beings, especially in relationships. And so that's one way to maybe, if you could be like, I am cognizant of all the guy things, right? Then that should translate into, like, I should be treated like a being with moral worth. But I don't know if it works like that, Shoe on Head. I don't know if it works. Like, especially Pearl. Because, like, I mean, is Pearl self-conscious? I can't tell. What do you think, chat? Pick me Pearl. Is she aware of what she's doing? Or is she just, like, kind of doing without awareness? Like, what's going on with Pearl? What's this about free Shakespeare? Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, Shakespeare got in some trouble for something that was said in Twitch chat by a chatter, I guess. That's the story that I heard. And they're making Shakespeare sit out for a couple of weeks at a really important time where I feel like their contribution will be missed. She's a self-aware wolf. Oh my god, wait, that's a whole nother level. Okay, so there's the pick-me, there's the not like other girls, and then there's the self-aware wolf. Oh, wait, so you're saying that she goes in and out of self-awareness, like, not necessarily on a full moon, but about at that schedule? Like, there's almost like a astrological influence from the heavens above on the self-aware wolf into where they're going to be self-aware and where they're not going to be. It's like a reverse fugue state? Oh my god, I'm so confused. Paul Squall, I feel like we should write a manga or something. A reverse fugue state, and then I could get reverse transvestigated, right? Because, like, that's the kind of stuff that I deal with. Nothing's ever simple. Nothing's ever straightforward. Everything is all kinds of levels of complex for me. And so is today's content, right? Because in addition to Thoughtslime's clapback on Shoe on Head's hit piece, right? That's a long time ago. But Thoughtslime made a very thoughtful and slimy response. Wait, if I say that, I'm gonna get some Zan fans in here and be like, yeah, Thoughtslime is slimy. Yeah, that's right. Slimy thought. Thoughtslime. Thoughtslime is slimy. And slimy is bad. Bad Thoughtslime. Abuse enjoyer. Abuse apologizer. Abuse enthusiast. Thoughtslime. We gotta watch out for that one. According to the Zan fans, Thoughtslime is like Thoughtslime is like a super badass. Like, it's so funny. It's so funny to try to, like, resolve this with, you know, a creator that like, I mean, I won't say I know Thoughtslime, but I've definitely talked to Thoughtslime. There was I almost brought Thoughtslime on stream. And it's just like, I don't see it. I don't see it. And it's so weird that, like, of course it's somebody that Vaush blew up on in an incredibly toxic way. It's almost like with these people that the labels that they apply to you are in proportionality to the danger that you propose to exposing them as being reactionaries in breadtubers clothing, right? I feel like that's what it is. I feel like the more you expose these people, the worse shit you get called, right? So it was almost like it had to happen. Anyway, you know what else has to happen in the stream? I gotta stop edging you. So we got Shoe on Head, we got Thoughtslime, and we got Vaush. Vaush coming out with a take that he has had before. You know, this is the one take, I think, chat, that might break Vaush, right? I'm really concerned for Vaush's career now. Because much like the one thing that could get Matt Walsh in trouble with his fans was, I gotta be really careful not to say it, was THC and Sebe Day. They were talking about a flower which might contain said THC and said Sebe Day. And, you know, Matt Walsh's fans are more of a fan of this flower than they are of Matt Walsh. And it turns out maybe Vaush's fans are more of a fan of the same flower than they are of Vaush. Yeah, Vaush is in trouble. For kind of an incoherent take on THCs. THCs, Sebe Days. This is a flower that Vaush does not like. This is a flower that Matt Walsh does not like. And it turns out, chat, that this is a flower that Keffals does not like. Now, lest you think that I'm just throwing in Keffals, right, for the hell of it, because I don't think we're gonna watch. Right? She does a stream defending Vaush. Like, she did a tweet defending. She like, this is if Keffals, like, this is like a reverse White Knight situation here, right? We got the inverse transvestigations of me. That's right, it was like on Twitter. Yeah, I got reverse transvestigated by a Vaush fan that I couldn't tell, like, there was nothing in their account that said this is a transmed, right? So I think that the kind of reverse transvestigation that they're doing, and, you know, upon talking to them a little bit more, it kind of felt like they thought I was, like, cis and pretending to be trans, which, like I said, chat, nothing is ever normal, nothing is ever straightforward with me. You know, I have the weirdest haters. Verifiably, every single one of my haters is, like, weirder than me. And that says a lot, right? If you're weird, that's a pretty high bar. That's to be weirder than me. So like I was saying, Keffals is not just in this story because of her, you know, rushing to the defense of Vaush over his Matt Walsh-esque take on Sebe Days and THCs. Keffals is also simping Shoe in the Thoughtslime thing. Keffals goes over the Thoughtslime video, because why wouldn't Keffals? They're all gonna go over the Thoughtslime thing. They're all gonna call Thoughtslime an abuse apologist, or whatever the hell, you know, slimy, or whatever they call Thoughtslime. And you know, Keffals was the first one to it this time. Yeah, it's like I almost have to communicate in code, right? Like, look, here's how I have to tell you what. Oh my god, no rule results for that. Okay, let's see if I can do it in YouTube chat. Okay, so you do that, and then you do. It's like this, right? I think that's the only way I can communicate to you what I mean when I say THCs and Sebe Days, in case some of— wait, where did that one come from? There's another, Okay, let's try this again. That, and then that. I think that's how you're supposed to do it. I think that's what it... Look, I'm gonna copy it over to Twitch, just for you in Twitch chat. But how is everybody? How is everybody's, like, Halloween? Because it was just Halloween. How was Halloween for y'all? Did you go out trick-or-treating? Did anyone dress like a turkey? My costume was actually a turducken, right? Because I couldn't decide what to go as. I was like thinking like a turkey, a duck, or a chicken would be good, right? And so I decided to put the duck costume on first, and then the chicken, it was cold, so I put on the chicken costume. And then, like, I don't know, somehow, like, it didn't look right, so I put on the turkey costume outside of all of them. And I went, and it's the layered look, chat. I did the layered look for this Halloween, which was yesterday. You had a nice Halloween watching Doctor Who? I'm a yeah, I was well, not just a turkey, but a turducken, like a combination of a turkey, a chicken, and a duck, or a turkey, a duck, and a chicken. Wait, I always think, you know what would be cool? Okay, no, this isn't cool. Like when I first heard of like turducken, I don't know why I thought this. Okay, I was weird, but I thought somehow they got the duck to eat the chicken, or the chicken to eat the duck, and they got the turkey to eat the chicken. And like, I thought that's how a turducken worked. And I was like, that is wild. Like you feed a chicken to a turkey. Oh my god, but I've been edging you long enough, right? And I only touched on the transvestigation that we need to take a look at today. Oh, interesting. There's something about this music that just makes me want to hang out and not actually do the stream. But that would be forgetting all the things that I need to remember. All the things that I forget to remember, like this. Like this. This is the Twitter post. Happy sitting on the toilet the day after Thanksgiving Day? Yeah. Hey, if you can, if you have an account on twitter.com, if you could help me out, it would mean the world to me. Help get the word out that the stream is going on. That's right, I probably shouldn't say brigading my own thread. Butterfly costume with wings. That's what I should have worn for Halloween. But for some reason I felt like I had to go to as a turkey. Since this was the second Halloween this year. The first one I did dress like a butterfly. Oh my god, Michael Seitz, you're making me hungry. But yeah, that is the Twitter thread for today, so yeah, I would appreciate any kind of help you could get me on that. And also liking the stream if you're on YouTube. That helps out immensely. Oh my god. What really helps out is me being able to, yeah, there we go, pin that, and get started. Sorry. Well, luckily I got some food too. Oh my god, but chat, I feel like everybody's like, why are you eating out of a dog bowl, right? This literally looks like a dog bowl, doesn't it? You know what it is? It's actually like a rice cooker. And I'm so lazy that I don't, like, put it in another bowl. Yeah, it looks like I'm, like, getting ready to feed the dog here, except the dog is me. No, I got some vegetables. I came prepared. Veggies. Okay. We've all been there, really? Dog bowls don't look like that? Wait, what does a dog bowl look like? Maybe I need to get a dog to know. You know, I haven't had a dog in forever. I have, as a child, we always had dogs, and I liked dogs, cats, whatever, right? I would have cats follow me home and ask my dad, "Can we keep it?" And my dad would always say, "Oh my God, we would totally keep that cat, except for the fact that I am allergic to cats." And years later, I found out that he's just a liar. He's not allergic to cats. He doesn't like cats. He's anti-cat, and I don't know, Dad. That's it's pretty messed up. But yeah, as an adult, I always had cats. Maybe it's because it's easier to have cats, or I don't know. Yeah, like a cat came to me, right? Like the cat that I had, like, literally followed me into the house, and so I was like, okay, I guess you live here now. And she was like, "That's right. Get me some food. Get me some food." And you know, after figuring out that cats don't eat cereal, I got her some proper food. I was like, yeah, no, cereal is like kind of like cat food, isn't it? No, cereal is not like, you cannot feed your cat Lucky Charms. Just a note to everybody. Okay, but I figured out what cats do eat. So wait, what are we doing next? Oh yeah, we gotta do the transvestigation. We gotta jump right into it, as they say. I believe that's what they say. I believe they always say it's time to jump right into this. Should I just go in history? Oh my God, I did not watch E3. I did not watch half this stuff. I don't know where it comes from. Oh, here it is. This is how we're gonna dive in. Okay, so you might have seen this clip. Some of you probably did see this clip. Many of you may have seen this clip. This is Joseph Robinette Biden speaking and being interrupted during said speech.
I need you to call for a ceasefire right now. No.
They hiss.
The video you just...
God, what a bunch of monsters. Right? Nobody's asking you to agree, but like, if you act like this is a bad time to interrupt a president, you know, that you can't figure out why this person might have done that. I don't know. I don't know what I got to say about you. That's horrible. Hissing, booing, what the hell?
Watched went viral at the beginning of this month, and you probably have already seen it, but if not, that was Rabbi Jessica Rosenberg interrupting President Biden to demand a ceasefire in Gaza. Now, as you heard, the liberals in attendance were hissing and screaming at her, but she did not back down, and that's because she...
Look, I didn't realize that, but we got another, so I don't know what I'm going to do this time. Last time, I kind of got overcome by butterflies, and I know that like a few butterflies in my hair look good, but, like it was too many butterflies, and they were weighing my hair down, and it took a long time to like fix it. So this time we're just gonna go like that, maybe. Oh my God, Paul Squall. You can never get enough butterflies. Oh my God. Okay, well, good thing I have other places for butterflies to go besides my hair this time. I came prepared. I was ready, chat. How about we just go into the bra strap? Oh yeah, that's not gonna hurt at all. Digging into my... There we go. There we go. Okay, so yeah, so if you haven't figured it out, every time you donate, every time you use bits, within the bounds of reason, because I only have so many butterflies, right? I will affix a butterfly to my person in some way, and now we got two void butterflies. So I mean, that's not gonna look weird on a YouTube video. Speaking of YouTube videos, I've got one almost ready for y'all.
She is a courageous...
I think you're gonna like it. It's about Anna Kasparian.
Wonderful human being who has dedicated her life to helping others. She served...
So we're definitely not talking about Shoe on Head here. We're actually talking about the person who stood up and called for a ceasefire. If you didn't catch what she was saying, she said, "As a rabbi, I am here asking you for a ceasefire," to Biden.
as rabbinical counsel for Jewish Voice for Peace, and she also organizes with the Jewish Care Network for incarcerated people. And on top of that, she's worked with LGBTQ plus youth. She's just an all-around good person who cares and wants to use her voice for good. Now, since her viral fame, she has met with members of Congress like Ilhan Omar and was even interviewed by CNN about her.
Okay, so you're gonna start to see, you know, what some of you may know this story, right?
Protest of Biden, but after she went viral for the first time for her courage, she ended up going viral a second time for a completely different reason. For example, stochastic terrorist Chaya
Raichik, right?
Chick of Libs of TikTok tweeted a screenshot of her interview on CNN, writing, "Man pretending to be a woman also pretends to be a rabbi." She then added, and is platformed by a site pretending to be news. Now, Riley Gaines, who became an anti-trans influencer after tying with Leah Thomas for 5th place, also chimed in saying, "Sir, Halloween was nearly a month ago." And
so yeah, they're pretty proud of themselves for getting those digs in, and those digs were meant to be transphobic. Those were transphobic digs, and you might guess that, you know, that. Well, I mean, like, some of you know what's going on here, right? Some of you know what the real story is here.
Stella Escobedo of One American News Network tweeted,
yeah, look at all this. Biological man calling Jessica sir.
quote, "Rabbi Jessica Rosen."
That Jessica is a woman pretending to be a man, pretending to be a rabbi. All these digs, right?
Who's actually a biological man, interrupts Biden to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Now, additionally, Ollie London, who literally spent
fucking Ollie London
thousands of dollars in
how does Ollie London get to make fun of anyone?
Plastic surgery to make himself look Korean, joined the dog pile with the picture of her and Ilhan Omar, and added Ilhan Omar with trans Rabbi Jessica Rosenberg. Caption this.
Okay, so that's what they're saying. They're making fun of her for being trans. That's what they're going
now
with.
All of these comments are so disgusting. Mocking somebody for being trans is utterly despicable, and transphobia, like all forms of bigotry, is utterly detestable, and anybody who engages in it is a piece of shit.
So in other words, like, you know, if this was just transphobia, it's still pretty messed up. But
trans people,
this is going to take another turn.
People are human beings, and they belong just like the rest of us. But the woman that they're harassing for being trans isn't even trans.
Polycystic ovarian ovary syndrome, aka PCOS, right? This is actually a pretty common condition.
Jessica Rosenberg is a cis woman with polycystic ovary syndrome, and one of the most common features of PCOS is a hormonal imbalance which can lead to high levels of testosterone, which may cause excess facial or body hair. And this is a condition that 5 to 10%
Do you see how primed they are to, like, see a trans person and just react in a certain way? And how reliable of, like, because, you know, when you're talking about people like Chaya Raichik, when you're talking about people that are supported by Elon Musk, a lot of times they're making money off of their tweets, right? So it doesn't even have to be about, you know, hate. It's about engagement, and they've seen this to be a reliable form of engagement too. Riley Gaines too, right? You know, Riley Gaines. It's so, like, ridiculous, right? Because supposedly the concern with Riley Gaines is like, trans women pose a danger to women's sports. I am here to stand for women's sport. I am here to stand for women. I am not transphobic. I just don't want the trans people, you know, to be to compete with trans women, right? That's what Riley Gaines generally presents herself as, and yet straight up, you're gonna get mean, right?
Women in the United States have. And Jessica is a queer woman who has made the choice to not shave her facial hair. And I respect that. Not everyone fits perfectly into these gendered parameters established for us by society. I, for one, might look masculine because of my big...
So that's the thing, is, like, look, one thing that the trans rights movement can do for cis people is to free them up a little bit in the way they present themselves, and the, you know, the way that the gender works socially, right? Like, that you shouldn't have to, you know, shave your face or not shave your face or dress in a certain way or not, like, right? You should, like, shouldn't we just be able to be ourselves?
Beard or tattoos, but the second you hear my voice, it's obvious that I'm a flaming homosexual. Now, I could talk like this to come off as more manly, but that would feel really fake and unnatural, so I just choose to be myself. But none of this even matters. Regardless of what we choose and how we choose to express ourselves, it's none of anybody else's business. Jessica chooses to rock her
Wait, what's Soul Life's boss doing?
facial hair, and that is her choice and her choice alone. But because of it, smug fuckheads like Megyn Kelly choose to confidently call her a man when they are
Megyn Kelly too. Like, all these people, you know, if they want to hide behind the veneer of like, hey, we are okay people, we're not horrible people, we are not like literally out there like, you know, selling our souls for engagement, right? That's not what we're about. We are concerned about blah 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 blah. You know, don't you know, believe that uh don't believe in trans people or whatever. They can't even hide behind that veneer anymore, right? They can't even, like, all these people, right? What is everybody trying to be Donald Trump these days?
incredibly wrong.
That was, quote, Rabbi Jessica Rosenberg.
Just a second, chat. Megyn Kelly. Megyn freaking Kelly. I gotta know, chat. I gotta know.
For what is it good for?
No, shoot. You're gonna have to wait. What do you think the chances are that Megyn Kelly has been transvestigated? Because when I look at the list of people, now what do I mean by transvestigation, right? What does that mean? What we're talking about is a subculture that started up kind of tangential, I guess, to the QAnon movement. And these people think that there are a ton of trans people that just exist among us, right? And that especially people that are celebrities, that are in the news, that are actors and actresses and musicians, right? Every single person like that needs to be transvestigated because there's some chance. Now, unfortunately, Megyn Kelly's done so much transphobic content that I can't really find the transvestigation of Megyn Kelly. Let me see. I did get this this channel that does these things. Okay, so it's Simon Woods. This might be more fruitful. But anyway, chat, I swear to God, if you're like reasonably famous, there's probably somebody out there making videos about how your Q ratio on your hips or your oh, what is it, the collarbone, there's some kind of giveaway to you being trans. Okay, so Alex Jones is an FDM. Barack Obama is an FTM. Kim Kardashian, MTF. Chevy Chase is an FTM. Marlon Brando was an FTM. Ronald Reagan. Lindsey Graham. George Bush, just kidding. George Bush was a Satanist. Don't get it twisted. They're not saying that George Bush is a trans guy. Steve McQueen, FTM. Elvis Presley, trans guy. The Pope. No, I don't know what the Pope one is about. Greta Thunberg. Wait, what is Greta Thunberg? Okay. But anyway, yeah, this is like a whole channel. This is a whole channel somewhat dedicated. Bob Marley. Kylie Minogue. See, so this is what I'm saying. I wouldn't be surprised. Tina Turner. I would not be surprised to find Megyn Kelly's picture amongst these. Like, some of these, I'm just like, are you trolling? Christopher Reeves, Angelina Jolie, Axl Rose. Oprah Winfrey. Now, like, the famous ones are, oh no. They did a clap back at Mia Mulder. I don't even know what their voice sounds like. No, wait, what are we doing? What is this video? Okay, it's silent. That's a lot of subs, I guess. Intellectual shill with a quick mind. A bit too quick, in my opinion. Don't trust such rapid verbal output. Wait, then how are we gonna listen to Shapiro? Watch those hands? Oh no, they're being transphobic, aren't they? Wait, so this is a voiceless channel, I guess?
Also, if you're a trans person in an area that isn't yet. Because here's what I think. It's going to...
So I'm guessing this is because Mia Mulder did a video about transvestigations, right? One of the better videos out there.
...get worse. Right now, anti-trans activists are trying to push the limit to see how far they can go. They're trying to really push the Overton window into as a grotesque world as possible, so that when the backlash happens, they will still win. Right now it's being pushed pretty far, but they haven't been stopped yet. And until that happens, it's going to keep getting worse. So you need to be ready for that. You need to be able to go to protests, call your politician, call your congressman. This fight is not over yet. It's getting worse, but it's not over. The only thing that I can argue for is building a community. Contact other trans people, try to make friends, create a structural support network, because those things...
What are they trying to do here? They're just making Mia look based.
They help way more than you think they do. And call your congresspersons and vote. And I know. Well, listen, I know this sounds kind of meek and a little milquetoast and a little bit like not actually doing much of anything, but I gotta stay within terms of service. Interpret that how you will.
Okay, what? Sign of... Wait, what? What is this? Can somebody look up sign of preservation for me? Pointing ritual? Is this like Satanism stuff? Okay, pointing ritual, sure, whatever. What is this? So this wasn't just being transphobic about Mia's hands. This was saying that Mia is doing like satanic dog whistles, I guess. Chat, what have we stumbled upon? What is this? Interlocking fingers mean No, like calling yourself androgynous means androgen. Like, I love, like, this is like somebody who's openly trans online. Like, why would Mia need to like do like secret hand signs to say androgen or whatever? Mark Master pose? What? Somebody look this stuff up. This has got to be satanic panic crap. Oh my god. Rules for Radical Saul Alinsky. Accuse your opponents of what they're doing. Oh my god, did we just have an ad break? Did I just let you... Yeah, we did. It's not showing me. I got too wrapped up in this. Wait, what? I'm sure she has misgender... I'm sure she has no agenda with LGBTQ, right? What? What? this is so weird, right? Because this account is made for calling out people that they think are like secretly trans but won't admit it, or like hiding something, right? And it's like Mia is never like Mia is a pro LGBTQ advocate. Mia said call your Congress people for that reason, right? This is not hidden. You're not exposing anything. There's no misleading. The video is called Mia Mulder misleading, misleads, but that's not. Oh my God, labeling abortions as only a women's right. Okay, so wait, you retweeted. Wait, is this Mia that retweeted this? Did Mia maybe showed this on a video? I'm guessing. Labeling abortion as a women's rights or women's issue erases the experiences and identities of queer, non-binary, and trans folks who also have abortions and downplays the additional barriers they face when accessing care. Abortion access affects us all, period. Are they saying that men have abortions? Yeah. And non-binary people too. That's literally what they're saying. Nobody's hiding anything. This isn't like a unvalidated claim. This falls into the category of claim that you could literally show receipts for, right? Where if you're going to deny the claim, you'd need some receipts, right? If you wanted to say, I don't think that any trans men have ever gotten abortions. Okay, prove that to me, right? And that would be right, because these issues affect a variety of identities. So right, so to have like one group that, you know what, they're like literally not figuring out maybe that when wait, and oh my God, I'm so confused. This video is slow. They're like pausing right here. What is Sanpaku eyes? What does that mean? Like now I'm like wondering, wait, is this just satanic panic stuff, or is there some other weird racist physiognomy thing going on here? Are we supposed to know these? Wait, what? What is this 696 thing? Oh no, me a Mulder? Are you gonna tie this into like Robert Mulder? Wait, what is going on here? What is even going on? Oh my God. Yo, I'm kind of glad that there's no voice on these videos. It would be even worse. Big glasses. That's a clue of the Illuminati and the Fibonacci sequence. 969. Red hair. Evil. Evil red hair. Another evil number. Hand signs. I wonder, what would they make of me? What would they make of the things that I do with my hands? Like, I don't... Reverse prime? Like, this sounds like some... What? Is open. That's true? Is open about being trans? Open about being a LGBTQ advocate? Rangy? Wait, what is rangy? Rangy? What does that mean? I am so confused. I can't believe that Megan freaking Kelly does not have an active transvestigation going on right now. Like, considering the number of people that they transvestigate, right? And they do this to conservatives too. They transvestigate Ben Shapiro. Oh my god, you found the secret receipts. She doesn't want anybody to know that she did a video on trans women in sports a year ago. There it is. Okay. So, I mean, like, that's what I assumed this video would just be like a response to this video. But it's given us so much more, and yet so much less somehow. God, the silence is eerie. I need some music. Obviously deceptive and withholding super important information. None of the information that you... Megan from 5 years ago? Wait, is this just Megan being transphobic or something? Oh, okay, so the point is that no, what no, I mean, no, what is that? That can't be good. Yo, I'm looking. Oh my god. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. But yeah, we got a lot of exposés on all the famous people who are actually trans. I don't see Megan Kelly on this. Butterfly, is the butterfly a symbol? Oh no. Okay, yeah. I'm wearing a butterfly, chat. What are they gonna say about butterflies? We need music for this. Something like that. Okay, so Mariah Carey's got a butterfly. Madonna. Yeah, this is still just music. I'm wondering like what they're gonna say. Like, right, there's okay, so making the heart sign. Butterfly on the eye. This has got to be like some like Illuminati stuff, right? Psyche was the Greek goddess of butterflies, among other things. We gotta have that royalty-free music, but what I'm wondering is what's going on with the butterflies? Am I unknowingly exposing myself to the Illuminati's message? It's just a bunch of people with butterflies. Please explain. What is even your deal with butterflies? I'm drastically improving their video by turning it into a mukbang. Dolly Parton, where's the butterfly? Known satanic priestess Dolly Parton. Oh my god. That was me, a couple of days ago. I'm clearly one of them humans. Oh my god, that's a lot of butterflies. There, like, there's gotta be crimes. Wait, who's that? And seriously, it's just music. Like, there would be, like, another message, right? There would be, like, there's gotta be some kind of a text on screen saying, why is it bad that these people have butterflies, right? We're not just showing these people that they all have butterflies. We gotta show that they're bad. They're bad ladies with butterflies. Bad men and bad butterfly people, but I'm not seeing any sort of text anywhere here. Are you ever gonna explain what the butterfly thing is? It's literally just a bunch of people with butterflies. What the fuck? Why? Okay, I guess butterflies are bad. Whatever, a point taken. Point taken. Symbolism overload on the BBC? Oh no! They saw a video about like 10 things not to say to autistic people, and this was their response. A video about autistic people, she in quotation marks, wears purple and has lost an eye, the eye of Horus. FTM wears black and white checks, satanic colors, interlocked fingers, androgen, what? They found fault. They found fault. They found fault, but like, you know, look, who among us hasn't found fault, right? Hasn't had fault found with them, right? I gotta say that I just forgot to let you all know, all of you on Twitch, right? That there's an ad break at the top of every hour. And I should be letting you know before that happens that it happens. And I should also be letting you know that if you no longer wish to see those ads, you can get out of them with a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of them by paying Twitch $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile to get yourself a sub. Or you could possibly get out of it if you are lucky and fortunate enough, as someone was today, and it can happen to you too, but it's going to happen more often that people might donate a gift sub your way if you're active in chat. I want someone to analyze my Satan-colored Eye of Horus. Oh my god. Look, if I had an Eye of Horus, I would definitely have it with black and white like checkerboard. I've heard this before. This was a criticism of Persona. Somebody made a video about Persona 5 when it came out, and they were like, this is just a Masonic lodge. And I'm like, no, that's Kamoshido's mansion. Like, that's the bad guy's house. Like, right, why would it be... What? No, like, right? If you think they're saying Masonic lodges are good places to hang around, they're not. Kamoshido's a bad guy. Like, he What the fuck? Orange equals Freemasonry? Then what about Donald Trump? Mocking express, is that a part of Satanism? Do they do a mocking expression before they drain you of your adrenochrome? Wait, black and white checks? Are you talking about the flannel shirt? The flannel shirt is the black... Oh no, okay. I don't know. What have we stumbled into?
Jessica is a man pretending to be a woman. And I don't know if she's pretending to be a rabbi too, but she barely tries to hide the fact that she's a man. She sports a beard. she's a bearded lady reconstructionist rabbi.
That was embarrassing.
Look, and honestly, with how common, like, PCOS is, like, you know that these people that are literally just, like, making fun of people for what they think is being trans, but what is actually a medical condition, like, you know that they have people in their life that have PCOS. That's, like...
The transphobes who claim they can always tell can't actually tell who is and isn't trans. And after transphobes like Megyn Kelly used her large platform to ridicule somebody who she thought was trans and called her a man, well, predictably, all of the followers of these idiots did the same thing. This person misgenders her and says that she would be one of the first people thrown off of a building in Palestine. Hey, I've seen that comment too from liberals and conservatives. Go get some psychiatric help for yourself. Another person says they can't find a single rabbi to support them who isn't mentally ill. This person says Ilhan Omar honored to meet with bearded transvestite, quote, Rabbi Jessica Rosenberg, a proud Minnesotan. And that's just a couple of examples, but you get the point. People are really fucking cruel, but that's no surprise.
Look, I never tell you to go bother anybody, and I don't want you to harass anybody on social media. However, I would not be upset if the replies of these people that have gone along with this campaign were always spammed with just, like, receipts of, like, you remember that time that you called a cis woman trans, right?
Prize. However, when it comes to transphobes, I think that they might actually be less mature and more cruel than schoolyard bullies in elementary school, because I feel like you could actually explain to a child.
I just want some accountability for this. Like, if nothing else, then for being wrong on the fact.
And they would understand. Whereas when it comes to people like Tyra Rychick or Megyn Kelly, these smug dipshits aren't intelligent enough to understand that there are some instances where women might grow facial hair, and it's actually not that uncommon. Now, this is by no means the first time that a cis woman has been the victim of transphobic harassment. Harry Potter star Daniel Radcliffe posted photographs with his fiancée.
Yeah, so this is the kind of thing. This is, like... So with that Simon Woods person, I'm, like, a little bit worried that, like, you know, we may be... Like, I don't want to look at any more of their stuff, because, like, I don't know. And with a lot of this stuff, like, I don't know. Like, I don't want to be, you know, laughing at somebody that's dealing with some kind of mental illness, even if they are being transphobic in the process. And I really can't tell with some of these transvestigators. But there definitely are some, like, bad... I mean, you've seen it yourself, right? Whenever Michelle Obama gets mentioned, especially on Twitter, you'll have comments, like, ascribing a male name to Michelle and suggesting that Barack is the bottom in the relation, just all this shit, right? There's people that are doing this that do not have an excuse.
And she was accused by transvestigators of being trans because she's taller than him. And also last year, a cis woman was accused of being trans because of her short hair when she was in a woman's bathroom. But I'm going to let her tell her story.
When I walk in the stall and sit down, like 30 seconds in, I start to hear this lady, like, ranting and raving about trans people and it and identities and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, she's probably talking about me.
Figure out your identity in your bedroom.
Like, when I start recording, I am a little confused because I've never had a problem going to the bathroom since cutting my hair short. But for some reason, I knew she was talking about me.
Are you a man or a woman?
Why does that matter?
Well, because you're in the ladies' room.
Okay.
And I have gotten called out several times for being in the men's room.
Okay.
And you're going to be called out.
So no, that's the part that was never explained to me. This person has been called out several times for being in the men's room. They're literally policing the bathroom. Like, what's going on?
For whatever you're doing. So what are you identifying as today?
If I can't use the men's room, then you can't use the women's room. Is that... Oh no, chat. Oh no. I mean, like, look, I don't want to jump to conclusions, and I don't know anything, and I'm not claiming anything, all right? But this matches like a pattern of somebody who's you know, gender identity issues, they feel that they can't really explore or honor in any way, and they're like enforcing that like inflexibility with the gender paradigm on somebody else that they perceive as I don't know, getting away with a transgression transgression, very funny, of sorts that they're unable to get away. Like, I don't like that what else could this be? What else could this be? What how else do you read? Like, I get called out when I use the men's room, so now you're gonna get called out for using the women's room. What do you think you're doing?
Don't think that's any of your business.
Figure out your identity.
Like, I love that answer. I love that answer, right? Because so many people would just be like, I'm not trans. What are you talking about? I'm cis. Like, right? So many people would be like, leave me alone. This doesn't pertain to me. And instead of saying that, the response is, that's none of your business. Because it really wouldn't matter if this person was trans. They still have the right to use the bathroom.
In your bedroom, okay? And then project it on everybody else and we'll accept it. This is not acceptable.
Let's go get security.
Yes, let's
I feel
do
harassed. She's harassing me for being in the bathroom.
What's going on?
Well, I'm asking her what her identity is.
It's my girlfriend. So full on
Yes,
woman.
it's your girlfriend, so it's a girl.
Doesn't matter.
To the people asking why I didn't tell her what my identity was, it doesn't matter if I'm...
Did you see that? The second that they've got a boyfriend that says, that's my girlfriend, that, like, issue is over. They won out, right? Right then and there. They were done. No more problem, no more criticism. They're out. So and I love how, like, the idea, like, how do you confirm that somebody's a cis woman? Well, if they have a boyfriend. If they have a boyfriend, then...
Trans or not, I literally went in there to go to the bathroom to go pee. So the fact that she followed me into the bathroom thinking that I was a trans child to harass me and bully me out of the stall is unacceptable, because I was literally going to the bathroom, minding my business.
Yeah, and it's not just cis women, because children aren't even safe from the transvestigators. Earlier this year, a 9-year-old girl was accosted at a track meet in Kelowna by a grandparent who accused her of being trans. Quote, a grandfather of a student said, hey, this...
Look, and, like, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I feel like the right thing to do is, on these particular situations, these people need to be publicly mocked, publicly shamed, and publicly ridiculed, right? Like, I want to make the price for transvestigating somebody in the bathroom and telling them they don't belong there, and the person turns out to be cis. I want to make that price so dear that they don't fuck with trans people, right? Like, these like, as much as this is like a horrible situation, like, I think more attention needs to be brought to these, right? These people who can always tell, show us every day that they can never tell. Yeah, a 9-year-old trying to play, what is this, shot put? I think it was shot put. I don't know, there's something about this that makes me so mad. I just can't stand the idea of these people getting away with this.
This is supposed to be a girls' event, and why are you letting boys compete? My daughter is cisgender, born female, uses she, her pronouns. She has a pixie haircut, said Mom Heidi Starr. So understand that
pixie
transphobia
haircut.
harms cis people too. And that's not even surprising considering the
A pixie haircut will get you transvestigated.
overly hysterical and paranoid climate that's been cultivated by conservatives like Chaya Raichik and Megyn Kelly. Now, I also want to point out that these same transphobes who are mocking Rabbi Rosenberg also happen to support Israel's genocide in Gaza. So they're a bad person for a number of reasons. But I'm not going to let them distract us from Jessica's core message, because what she's saying is important and her bravery should be commended. So what I want to do is play her interview from CNN where nobody watched it. They just made fun of her appearance, because what she said here is really important. She's going to explain why she felt compelled to disrupt Biden's speech to call for a ceasefire.
I called for a ceasefire, and I continue to call for a ceasefire because we cannot bomb our way to peace. We need-
Also, I gotta point out something, right? That why is it when, like, it feels like the reflex, the like knee-jerk reflex of the transphobe upon seeing somebody that they class as androgynous is to class them as like trans femme, rather than, like, I don't know. I mean, I know the answer to that. I know the answer to that, because, like, that is the public image of trans people. They're not even aware of the existence of trans guys half the time. Oh my god, Sarah, thank you for the resub, the tier 3 resub. That is 22 months. Like I said, I am gonna be adding some more. Wait a minute, why do you still oh, okay. Ulala's like, okay, anyway, I'm gonna be adding more sub badges soon. So some of you will see a brand new sub badge.
need a political solution, not a military solution. Palestinians are fighting for equal rights in the land, and as someone who learned from Jewish tradition that all life is sacred, that is what I'm fighting for as well, and that's what I'm calling for a ceasefire.
As you know, Rabbi, there are many in the Jewish community dealing with the trauma of the massacre and, of course, the hostages who have yet to return home. But they're also dealing with anti-Semitic attacks. Perhaps, you have dealt with that as well. We are seeing that just disturbingly across the world.
I gotta put another one on.
While you're calling for peace, what do you say to people in the Jewish community who are still dealing with all this pain?
Well, first of all, we get to grieve. We take all the space and time we need to feel the extreme grief and rage of the violence.
No, it's the numbers go up with new subs, not resubs, but that's the
on October 7th.
It is kind of confusing. Oh my god, speaking of which, I gotta fix the YouTube side of things.
And to acknowledge all of what comes up when this happens, which is centuries of anti-Semitism, and killing Palestinians does not honor or bring back any of the lives of Israelis who were lost on the 7th. And I want to say, I know there's many non-Jews who believe that supporting Israel in this war is how to stand in solidarity with Jews or even make repair for the atrocities of the Holocaust. And I want to say that ending anti-Semitism in all the places that Jews live, everywhere, that is how you stand in solidarity with Jews.
But Hamas has and continues to be an existential threat to Israel. If your calls for a ceasefire are answered, would you be concerned that
what does existential mean? Like, look, it refers to a school of philosophy, right? A movement, intellectual movement. But it also, in this case, right, when you're saying existential, like X is an existential threat to country Y, right? You're saying that Hamas has the power potentially to completely destroy Israel, right? Or that there's some, at the very least, you're saying that there's some danger of ethnic cleansing, right? And there is, but not from Hamas and not towards Israel. There's a danger of ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, right? There is a, there is a displacement going on. Again, like for the for the millionth times, a condom hummus every 5 minutes. Wait, what even is that? How could they be? They're not. They're not. But like, I don't know. Maybe some people just pick up the word without understanding what it means. That is the most charitable interpretation that I can give to what I just heard.
That could potentially put more Jewish.
Like existential just means like a really bad threat, right? I hear people say it all the time when they're talking about really bad threats. Existential means like a really serious threat. It could pose a really serious threat. You know, I mean, you saw those. Oh my god. You saw those paragliders. That's an existential threat if I ever saw one.
Lives at risk.
I'm concerned for Jewish lives and Palestinian lives and all lives. And looking towards what is the future we're visioning, it needs to begin with an end to occupation and equal rights for all people in this land. And until we have that, if Hamas is eradicated, a different group will emerge. Like that is when people are living without basic rights. That is the fundamental threat to safety in the region.
And she is exactly correct. Every single Palestinian killed by Israel has surviving family members that may become radicalized as a result of this violence. So long-lasting peace necessitates an end to the cycle of violence that we've seen for decades. That's why Rabbi Jessica Rosenberg is calling for a ceasefire. And at the time that I filmed this, Israel and Hamas have actually agreed to a 4-day pause in fighting to facilitate the release of 50 Israeli hostages and 150 Palestinian prisoners. And while that's objectively good, the fighting needs to stop. For good. It can't just resume after 4 days. It needs to end, period. And the occupation needs to end as well. But in conclusion, I wanted Jessica's message to be louder than the transphobic vitriol that she's experiencing, because what she's saying matters. And I think it's important that we all do our best to spread her words far and wide. But we'll leave that there.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Play stupid games.
F around and find out.
Prizes. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
I don't know what to say. That's wild. I mean, this is kind of like the most mainstream that transvestigation that I've ever seen. Transvestigation. Usually it's kind of it either hides itself behind like joking, like the Michelle Obama thing often does, like, right, they'll act like they're joking but they're not joking, or they, you know, they're playing Schrodinger's douchebag with that. This is you know, and really what it is like Chaya Rychek being a leader in the hate movement against trans people, and a bunch of people in that movement like just jumping when they see her jump. Let me go ahead and give you, in case you're not already following, Mike Figueredo, that's whose video we watched, Humanist Report. If you're not already following Mike Figueredo, you might want to think about changing that. In fact, I would highly recommend that you follow this channel. There are people fighting over being first in the chat. So it seems like a good thing to make the stream early on YouTube. Yeah. I don't know what to say. That's kind of wild. But not nearly as wild as what happens in the Vaush pit. Including my channel getting threatened for criticizing a larger content creator's videos. So if you're not aware, right, yo, that's Eminem. Um, Snoop Dogg posted this about a week ago, November 20th. Or it's posted that he's done with smoke, and then people were like, well, he has probably more than his fair share of CBDs and THCs mixing with his DNAs, right? But it turns out that it wasn't about that smoke. It was about a smokeless grill.
I have an announcement. I'm giving up smoke. I know what you're thinking. Snoop, smoke is kind of your whole thing. But I'm done with it. Done with the coughing and my clothes smelling all sticky icky. I'm going smokeless. Solo stove fix fire.
So yeah, it's a commercial. It's a commercial for a stove. And like, look, if you want to say that's cheesy, if you want to say that that's a bad joke, that's a bad clickbait, fine. Fine. But that's not where Vaush went with this. Instead, chat, here's Vaush finding yet another way to agree with Matt Walsh.
Snoop Dogg really fooled all of us by saying he was going smokeless, huh? I mean, it had to have been for a bit, right? It's like too much of an image thing. I don't know. Snoop Dogg is like a big meme or whatever. I guess over time I've come to despise. I dislike weed a lot, man.
Oh my God.
People cope so hard
Tell
about
us
whether
what you
or not
really think,
you can get addicted to weed. It's like having a celebrity whose entire bit is that they're drunk all the time. I don't know. It feels like nobody, like it doesn't get taken very seriously. Yeah. Who cares? I mean, I feel like if there was a celebrity whose bit was that they were always incredibly drunk and everyone just celebrated that, it might lead to some negative outcomes in real world. But you can get addicted to anything. Do you see? This is exactly what I mean. You point out people can get addicted to weed, and people's like, "Oh, bro, yeah, like you can get addicted to like jelly beans. Like there's no difference at all between a drug that chemically affects your mind and the jelly beans. You know, I mean, I know. Yeah, people really learned that whole chemical versus behavioral addiction thing and went like, okay. Weed can't kill you. Yeah, I know. As far as I've read, you can get a physical dependence to weed, but the whole psychoactive bit isn't well studied. Look,
Look, I mean, like I've seen this both in Dutch society and in American society. If you go to the Netherlands, it is not cool, right? And now, I mean, they have like a tourist industry. Although I think they've tried to do some things to get rid of that. Like they're not intending to make themselves the premier destination for British soccer hooligans who want to try out a little something that might be illegal in their own country, right? I don't think they necessarily want that, right? I think they just, it makes more sense with the decriminalization approach that they've taken, and they were like the one European country that was willing to risk U.S. Because for a long time the reason that it was illegal in a lot of European countries was literally because there were consequences with the United States if you were to legalize, if you were to decriminalize, if you were to do anything like that, right? But in the Netherlands, like it's not cool. Right? And look, it was cool when I grew up. It was considered cool in high school. And one of the main reasons for that was that it was transgressive because you're doing something illegal, right? The fact that it's not legal kind of takes that cool factor off, right? And like there's plenty of bad there's plenty of bad examples, object lessons in people that maybe made that too much of their lifestyle, right? So I don't know if this needs this kind of pushback. I think the only real factor that poses a social danger is like the fact that it's maybe, considered cool, but I think that goes away when something gets legalized.
It's not like a hard sell or whatever. Like basically everyone in chat right now who's above the age of 15 knows somebody who's addicted to weed. It's not exactly rare, It's probably more common, at least in younger people, than alcohol addicts. But yeah, the difference being that it just gets treated differently. You know, I don't know a single stoner, let alone an addict. Well, that's dope. Hell yeah.
Oh no, the Netherlands banned fungus. So like, yeah, the last time. Okay, so the Netherlands has an interesting history with fungus. Actually, that was also legal. For a time in the Netherlands, and there was some incident where I think it was a tourist, right? The biggest problem that the Netherlands has is that they're, you know, them being like the only nation for a long, but maybe before Portugal, who did a serious, decriminalization of these substances, is that you make yourself a destination for people that come from countries where that's not legal, and then maybe they come in, they overindulge, they don't know what they're getting into. That was the case for, I guess, like a French girl that was, vacationing in the Netherlands, and who, under the influence of some fungus, decided to step outside of her hostel. And I don't mean step out into the hallway, Chad. I mean step out of the window and fall. I think a fall which she did not survive. Right. So after that, they made fungal bodies, like let's just say the fruiting bodies of said fungus, the things that sometimes grow in the forest, in rings, the things that fairies like to play around, like those things that I can't really say the name of. Right, they made those illegal, but there was some kind of a loophole where I think it was a truffle could be psychoactive, and this truffle was still sold, right, for a while. But somebody in chat's telling me that they've banned even this. To be fair, Snoop's old nickname growing up was Snoop Rock. It's pretty chill that through the epidemic. Oh yeah. Compared to some of the substances that are more prone to abuse. Yeah, and in general, like that is a major utility of the THCs and the CBDs, is that, while, you could probably run into problems, maybe like lower your productivity, maybe get into some kind of behavioral pattern that's not great for you. With those, you're not going to get the problems that you're going to get from substances that are a lot more physically addictive. And so, net, it's kind of a benefit, right? Especially to people who, struggle with, sobriety issues when it comes to those things, right? There's two schools of thought. There's two. Oh my God, I can't find a place to put my dog dish here. There's two schools of thought when it comes to addiction, right? There is one that comes from Alcoholics Anonymous, and that says that there's some people out there that they're just born addicts, and if they get a hold of any kind of substance at all, it's going to ruin their lives and the lives of those around them, and that the only thing that these people can do is a lifestyle of strict abstinence, right? That's the AA model of things. There's another model, actually, kind of proposed by, or one of the main proponents is Gabor Mate, father of Aaron Mate, who is, his basically talks about the reason for addiction having to do with, things like adverse childhood events and trauma and things like that, and that if you live in a society, that allows you to heal from those things, that maybe the addiction wouldn't happen much. So, like, basically, the problem with addiction is that people, feel the need to fill these holes in their soul with these substances, right? And so you may want to, you might want to address the hole in the soul, the gaping hole in the soul, before you, try to, like, live some kind of abstinent lifestyle, right? But, whatever, my philosophy is whatever works for people, I respect it, I respect that. Whatever, makes their life better. Because I know it, a lot of people have problems with a lot of substances. I'm sure, THCs and CBDs could cause, it could be a negative, a net negative in some people's life. So I'm definitely not going to, dispute that. But Vaush's whole thing seems to be like, I don't like this, and I don't want to see it. And you know, if I see it from you, I think less of you.
People in here hear you badmouth weed. They think you're putting it in the same tier as fentanyl. That's because weed smokers are literally the most defensive people in the world, dude. Holy shit. Like, you saw in chat the moment I said that. Like, hey, I don't think a guy whose bit is that he's always on a drug is the best bit. And people in chat are like, did you know that weed is actually as addictive as paper clips? How about people who have a addiction to paper clips, psychological addiction to paper clips? They really like paper clips. What about those? That happens, you know? So, do you think it's some kind of reaction to the rhetoric around weed that's been prevalent during the war on drugs? I mean, to an extent. I don't know. Vaush, I just don't like how you start acting like Destiny whenever you talk about weed. Well, I get shorter? What do you mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
It means you're an asshole. And you are. You are an asshole. And maybe some people in your chat don't always recognize that. But when you talk about this issue, you start to look like Destiny to them. Right? So you being an asshole, yeah, it starts to protrude through your forehead.
There's no point in demonizing something relatively harmless like weed. You are an addict, bro. At no point have I demonized it. What, like, anyone defensive enough to read into what I have said?
I don't know. I've heard people that don't utilize said substance at all make similar statements.
It, like, you are an addict. You're defensive enough. You're an addict, you know? Like, you need to check your shit, okay? Like, people, again, it's weird, you know? It's not like I'm anti ever using drugs or anything. I just think that people are overly permissive when it comes to weed addicts because they pretend that you can't get addicted to weed. Because they'll say shit like, well, you can't overdose. I'm not talking about overdosing. I'm just talking about...
Question, has Sam Cedar ever done a show under the influence of CBD and or THC?
About, like, living your life with...
Because I know he talked about doing it on a reaction to a debate. Did he say the next one maybe? Or is Emma gonna...
dependency on being high on weed, you know? Of which there are plenty of people who do. It's not exactly rare. Do you think someone who smokes weed every single day is inherently an addict? Kind of, yeah. Like, every day? Yeah. I guess it depends. Maybe it, like, depends, like, if you use, like, okay, I don't know, some kind of
I know he's gonna go here. I know he's gonna talk about this, but, like, in the same way that I drink coffee every day, that, you know, like, in the same way I am an addict to coffee. Yes.
THC for pain management, or you, like, fall asleep. Maybe not. Maybe then it's, like, kind of melatonin, but a little stronger. I don't really know. But if you're like, ah, man, this would be more fun if...
But here's the thing. There's, like, obvious things, like, you know, there are specific health conditions which are made better by the intake of that, which is what he's talking about. And he's letting you off the hook, you know, if you have one of those health conditions, and that's why you, you know, if you got a justification for it, it's okay. But the rest of you, not so much. But the thing about it is if somebody incorporates it into their lifestyle and it works for them, they might be self-medicating something. And it has such a different effect depending on both, you know, the strain and the person, right? It completely different effects. Some people, you know, it helps them go to sleep. Some people, they can't sleep on it, right? Yeah, it affects various, like, biochemistries in a very different way. So who are you to say that they might not actually be self-medicating for something they don't even, you know, identify readily, right? I don't know. I really have a problem, like, with this sort of paternalistic judgment of somebody whose life you're not actually living, and somebody for whom the, you know, that substance being a part of their life might represent something, you know, vastly different. Like, there's some people that are on medications, for instance, and look, I don't want to make any assumptions, but I've heard that this maybe this is, you know, has to do with Vaush, right? That that have a bad interaction with THC and or CBD and or something that's in the flower. And so for them, you know, it's really important that they not intake that, right? That's a possibility too. But that person doesn't need to project, you know, their incompatibility with one random substance on like literally everyone else, especially not if you got a community full of people that are
I was high, or like, oh, it's weed o'clock, 4:20 or whatever, then yeah, probably. Like if a person every day was like, yeah, okay, time for me to take like 2 or 3 shots or whatever. I think people do drink a lot, but I think that because smoking weed.
Also, there's like so many different ways that it can be intaken. Like, right, there's some very concentrated forms. And in general, with most things, what is it called? The dose makes the poison. I'm not really talking about poison so much, right, as I'm talking about, negative effects. That the negative effects for a lot of substances, starts at a certain level, or maybe even a certain concentration, right? I can think of a leaf that is very popular to be chewed in South America, but when it's concentrated into powder form, a lot of people do have addiction issues. It is known to interfere with people's lives, right? So there's that too.
Weed, you're smoking, whereas with alcohol, you're drinking. You can have a little bit of red wine with it having no effect alcohol-wise on your brain. So maybe you just like having some red wine with your dinner. I don't necessarily think that makes you an alcoholic. But if you're drinking enough every day that it like makes you tipsy or whatever.
What if you're drinking 1 glass of red wine every night? That's a habit. That's something that you can't get through or you don't want to get through the day without, right? Maybe you don't do it one night, or you don't have any red wine and you have trouble sleeping, right? Is that person addicted? They're, oh my God, I'm seeing Destiny retreads in this Vaush chat.
And that's like an everyday thing, then yeah, probably. I don't think chat's engaging with the subject. Vaush, new shoe on head video drop with the title chat's engaging with the subject. Vaush, new shoe on every day that it like makes you tipsy wine with it having no effect alcohol-wise on your brain. So maybe you just like having some red wine with your dinner. I don't necessarily think that makes you an alcoholic. But if you're drinking enough every day that it like makes you tipsy or whatever, and that's like an everyday thing, then yeah, probably. I don't think chat's engaging with the subject. Vaush, new shoe on head video drop with the title Are Women Okay? We place bets how long it takes for someone to blame you for this. Well, women aren't okay, so if the answer to the question is no, then I probably agree with the
I wonder if Vaush knows that he's got DGG submarines in his chat.
Video. Pretty sure medically drinking wine every night is considered alcoholism. Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know that much. I just think that I just know there are a lot of people who are like, man, life is just a lot more fun when you're high. And I think that's kind of sad personally. I know a guy who used to be high all the time, literally all day. He'd smoke constantly, only stopped for a few months because he had to get a new job. He was absolutely an addict. Yeah, I'd certainly say so. People use the behavioral dependence thing to downplay the addictiveness of things like weed, but the chemical basis for behavioral addiction still literally affects gene expression and neuron function. Yeah, I think people downplay it quite a lot. So, yeah, I don't really know. Nice, Mad Hatter. Probably not Diogenes Camus. But is it any difference to caffeine, folk? Genuinely asking. I mean, you can have a caffeine addiction, certainly. I think the main thing that makes me feel like the caffeine addiction, even if a person does have an addiction to caffeine, is more defensible, is because caffeine doesn't really alter your brain state in the same way that alcohol or weed or any of those other drugs do.
Cope right here.
I guess maybe in some cases with some people it could, but for the most part, caffeine just gives you some energy, which means that if you're an addict
is like
to
the
it,
Matt Walsh
the thing
take.
that you're sort of conditioning yourself to set up permanently.
This is the Matt Walsh take, and here's where I'm going to cut him some slack, right? I don't think, he hasn't said it, and I don't think he's going to say that, like, actually, nicotine is better because you're more productive on nicotine, and your whole life is to work and produce stuff for capitalists who are going to, fleece you on both sides, right? That's not, he's not going to say that, but he was just like, look, I will admit that for me, the substance that I am most prone to overindulge in is actually caffeine, right? The substance which overindulgence with will cause me more problems is caffeine. If I get into a rut where my tolerance of caffeine goes down so far that I need to drink like 3 French presses a day, like that's taken a lot of time away from doing other things, and it's a lot of caffeine. I don't know, there's a diminishing return with caffeine in a way that I haven't found for the flower, right? I mean, like there obviously is a diminishing return for that too if people intake too much of it, right? But like I have an easier time managing not like a tolerance for caffeine than from anything else.
It's like more energy, whereas being high or being drunk are like complete chemical brain state changes, which I feel is pretty different in terms of like,
oh my God,
the potential for being abused for the.
Do you know what else hits really different? Do you know what else hits different? The top of the hour ad break hits different, right? Whether I remember to tell you that it's coming before it comes, or whether I forget and it actually comes and you are stuck watching those ads for 3 minutes. There's a huge difference. The difference is that you have time to prepare. You have the chance to get rid of those ads, no longer see those ads, either through using a Twitch Prime sub, which will get you out of those ads at no cost to you, put money in my pocket, and drive us further towards our sub goals. Whether you're going to use your own $5, spend $5 to get that sub, treat yourself to that sub, and no longer see ads that way, right? Or whether you are one of the lucky ones who might benefit from a gift sub, which do get given, which can get given, but which will get given more likely if you're active in chat.
Purpose of escapism, Yeah, Cripple, exactly. In all honesty, Vaush, people are defensive about this because of the constant demonizing and dehumanizing that happened during the war on drugs. I think that's bullshit. A lot of the people in chat who are getting defensive right now are my age or younger. You have grown up in an environment.
Oh, was he talking about brain? I couldn't tell what he's talking about. Yeah, he was talking about like an epigenetic effect. I thought he said of addiction, meaning that it's like the habit that's changing. So if you don't know, you've got DNA. It's like it's code. It's code, but not all the code gets used. Not all of the code gets executed. Not all of the code is accessible, right? What changes that kind of thing, what changes what genes get expressed and what don't get expressed, is something that we call epigenetics. There's a number of markers, methylation being the simplest and probably best known, but that can be affixed to your DNA. And think of it as like it's a Post-it note. It's a Post-it note on your DNA that says, hey, use this part of the DNA, right? Express this protein, like start the sequence here instead, right? So yeah, I mean, like that's a real thing. Epigenetics are a real thing. They're also often exaggerated. I remember having to deconstruct Infrared Haas's. Infrared Haas made this weird, I guess he'd read a book or something, right? There's a thing called Lysenkoism, right? It's a failed Soviet soil science, one of the most embarrassing things that the Soviet Union did. And, they thought that they could literally, by growing it in a different condition, like turn one kind of grain into another. That you take one kind of grain and you expose it to cold and it turns into a different grain, right? That was the claims of Lysenko. Obviously that didn't work out, right? But for people that really, really love the, aesthetics of the Soviet Union, like Infrared Haas, he wanted to like, I don't know, remediate Lysenkoism, which is kind of ridiculous, and said, yeah, well, now we know about epigenetics, so Lysenkoism is real. Lysenkoism is true. And that's an example of somebody exaggerating an epigenetic effect, right? That's not what epigenetics is. It's an attenuation of the genetic code rather than like any kind of like overwriting of the genetic code. It's and it's not very well understood. Like there's a lot to it that we don't understand.
Environment where weed has become increasingly legal in the United States. It's barely even stigmatized these days. I think people are defensive because they don't like the idea that they might have like a negative relationship with weed.
Look, if you don't think it's stigmatized, let me show you. Let me introduce you to my friend. Okay, say hello to my little friend. Yo, this is like my favorite commercial.
Okay, time's up. Pens down.
And before you ask, chat, no, I've never been this person.
Delilah. Pens down, Delilah.
Stoner sloth.
Stoner sloth? Not a stoner sloth again. Do you you see what this is doing though? Because the one thing about being a certain way in public, right, is that it's really easy to be paranoid. It's really easy to think that everyone in the world can tell, you know, the exact state of consciousness that you're in. And so, like, yo, this is it's like playing on the fears. There we go. There we go.
Jason, could you pass the salt, please, darling?
This is like, I would pass the salt. I would love to pass you the salt, Mom, but I happen to be a stoner sloth right now. What is salt, first of all, and how does one pass things? Salad? Is that what you want? Pepper? I can't.
Jason, the salt.
Oh, the salt. Okay. There you go. There's the salt. Got it. I mean, it does come from the same Latin root word as salt, but sell. Everyone can tell. Your parents can tell. Your teachers can tell. Everyone knows.
Stoner sloth.
Stoner sloth much, Jason? See? It's very much looked down on. That's how people feel.
So I told her she cannot wear socks and sandals out of the house anymore.
It's so funny. What do you think, Dave?
This is me at parties, though. They don't want to hang out with the stoner sloth? I would hang out with a stoner sloth.
Stoner sloth.
Stoner sloth? See, so at least Australian people hate stoner sloths.
And the problem with this conversation is that every single time I say anything, people hear a different thing. Listen to this. Someone I knew drank so much caffeine he thought he was having a heart attack. It definitely can be unhealthy. Didn't say it couldn't be. That's not true. Coffee is a stimulant and it totally affects you. I didn't say it doesn't affect you. I specifically said it gives you more energy.
Stoner sloth ad as ableist? Yeah.
Like, I said that. Not true, Vaush. Caffeine does alter your brain state. Yes, it gives you more energy. That energy is in your brain. It's brain energy.
I will not make excuses for Australia.
Brenergy. That's not true. Coffee is a drink. True. Would you say you were addicted to Adderall or lithium? No? I don't think lithium can form any kind of addiction. It's literally, that'd be like getting addicted to having a Band-Aid on your arm. It's just a thing that helps a thing. It's
a little bit more helpful than a Band-Aid on your arm. A Band-Aid on your arm, generally, you only need to put on while your arm is bleeding. This would be like a Band-Aid over a wound that could not, yeah, I don't know. It's for people that I know that are on that drug, it's pretty damn important. I wouldn't pare it down to a Band-Aid. It's, you know, if you need it, it's you know, life-saving, like, at times.
It's not like a, there's not like a,
because I mean, like, it's the kind of drug that has enough side effects that generally people on that drug, like, you know, it's doing a lot for them.
Quit trying to draw like tenuous connections to defend weed, like conceptual. Why is it so?
Are you bringing up the fact that caffeine is not giving you energy as much as it is like shutting down your adenosine receptors? Yeah, it literally makes you unaware of sleepiness for a time. Although honestly, with me, okay, here's a weird thing, chat. Especially if I overindulge in caffeine, it makes me sleepy.
So hard for people.
Or if I try to take it, yeah, if I try to take it when I am sleepy to try to be like, okay, I'm gonna stay up all night and, you know, to get all this homework done, right? It's like half of the time like, it makes me fall asleep.
Able to understand that if you smoke weed all the time, then there might be an issue. Like, why is that so complicated? Like, seriously. Why do we do critical thinking on this channel?
Well, look, if you're saying that somebody that takes the whole Snoop mythology, you know, seriously and is like, he is cool because he is always in a certain state of consciousness and I want to be cool like that and I want to be in that state of consciousness and like all of his music is due to him overindulging in that and he's a hero for overindulging in that, you know, that's one thing, but that's the kind of attitude that I feel like is like pre legalization, decriminalization, right? That's the factor of, you know, that's the edge factor of doing something that's illegal. It you know, develops like an edge of coolness, like at least, you know, with some people. And
all the time, and then suddenly everyone locks up on that specific subject. You know, you're not really doing much critical thinking if your critical thinking ability is shut off the moment you're talking about something that relates to you. Have you guys ever wondered why you're all so cerebral and big brain when you're thinking about politics in the abstract, but then when it comes to managing your own personal relationships or finances or life, you're all tards? Maybe it's because you're only capable of being cerebral on subjects that don't personally affect you. But the moment your emotions come into play and you're engaging with something that actually relates to your life and your biases, all of a sudden you turn into just a regular drooling low IQ normie. Maybe the real test of being a high IQ gigabrain Chad Lord, like myself, I say, with his voice dripping with sarcasm, is to be able to apply that engagement and thought process to stuff that personally affects you, you know? I couldn't even say that without laughing. I'm sorry. So is Adderall addictive or not? Yeah, it totally can be. I take very little Adderall though, so it doesn't. I don't think it's best test for what you're talking about is meat eaters who can admit eating meat is objectively bad. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Yeah, like the people who will say it's bad to torture a dog to death, but will say that like eating meat is ethically acceptable are like ethically retarded. Like ethically brain dead, basically. They have no. It's not that everyone has to be perfectly consistent all the time, because nobody is or can be. No human ever has been. It's a matter of being able to understand like the powers at play, basically, like what's involved. We do lots of stuff day by day that hurts people, hurts things. Do you think it's okay to like torture insects? Well, you step on the grass and kill 1,000 bugs every time you do, like stuff like that. You know, is the answer to never step on the grass? Well, no. That's not really like a sensible way to live your life, I don't think. But you have to at least be able to think about it, you know? Maybe there's something else at play. Maybe it's more about like your engagement with these systems. But a lot of people seem to think that like not thinking about it absolves them of the entire math equation, I feel. By that argument / example, why haven't you thrown your cats against the wall or kicked them recently? See, this is what I mean by like ethical retardation. Your argument by implication is saying that because a person eats
speaking
meat,
of ableism,
that means that they are okay with the torturing of animals. The proper answer is you're not okay with the torturing of animals, and you don't think the meat industry is good. Then, having acknowledged that you think the meat industry isn't good, you then continue to eat meat. It's better to acknowledge the hypocrisy in your behavior, which is, again, something everyone does, than to pretend it's not a hypocrisy. People are so desperate to pretend to be intellectually consistent that they will twist themselves into pretzel knots, pretending to believe things they don't actually believe, so they can construct some kind of delusional reality where they're like fully consistent in all their behaviors. Lunatics, absolute lunatics. Nobody lives like this in reality. It's delusional. It's completely delusional. In reality, you do the best you can. Utilitarian.
So what is your argument? Like that sounds like, so you know what's really based is nihilism. That's right. You know, that's obviously not what he's saying. I mean, he's a debate lord, right? He wants you to ground your axioms.
Utilitarianism doesn't lean much into
But the argument being that nobody is completely morally consistent.
The it's obligatory versus supererogatory, I think the term is. I could be forgetting that properly. What is good to do versus what you must do. What is bad to not do, I should say. There isn't really an ethical answer to this. I guess maybe if you're like a deontologist.
Wait, is it just like the is versus the ought versus the...
But they're retards, so who cares? Also, they don't really have a real answer to it either. There is no real answer. It's ethics. There's no real answer. There are arguments and there are counter arguments.
Yeah, it's a conditional, I mean, logical ethics is, you know, premised on conditions. And
but it does bother me when people can't like engage with the arguments, if that makes sense. There's not really an ethical way to argue, like, yeah,
well, okay, so one great way not to engage with an argument is to present your opponent as a 420 soy jack, which I feel like is what you're guilty of right here. That's one great way not to engage with arguments.
You shouldn't torture animals, but also the meat industry.
Or to put it in Keffals terms, if you need to smoke weed every day in order to function and don't have a medical condition that requires you that requires it, you are an addict and should consider why you need to be high to enjoy life. And again, I'm not saying that like, that this can't be as much of a stumbling block as it is like a boon to certain people, but there's also people that don't really know what they're self-medicating. And for some reason, for whatever reason, they're they're able to live their life better, with a certain amount of that substance than without. And I don't think like this sort of also like look, if you're talking about like avoiding things like, you know, relapse, whether it be, a relapse into a substance of high levels of abuse, or just be a relapse into like say a lifestyle that's not particularly helpful for you. I think one of the contributing factors to this is this like a sort of all or nothing thinking, all or nothing thinking, right? Like I want to not need anything in my life that changes my consciousness. That is some wild shit right there. Because the kind of food you eat changes your consciousness. And if you think I'm kidding about that, right? Just know that chocolate's got at least 2 psychoactive substances in it. Milk's got, like there's a lot about like what we eat that affects our consciousness, to try to like look at ourselves as these hermetically sealed individuals that should be sufficient in and of ourselves, or else we're just not worthy and we're not good. I feel like that's the kind of black and white thinking that leads a lot of people to relapse. So yeah, I don't think this is good advice coming from Keffals here. Yeah, for some people, stopping a behavior like this could be beneficial. And for some people, it's absolutely not. And either way, like, who am I to judge? Who am I to judge that?
Completely okay, unless you have some insane that you would have to have some ethical system that doesn't really like make sense to think about, to be honest. It would be some very out there weird
Look,
shit.
I told you before, that basically summarized 2 different schools of thoughts when it comes to addiction: the Alcoholics Anonymous school of thought, and the school of thought purported by the likes of Gabor Mate, right? I'm more of Mate's school. I'm more of Mate's school as far as these things go. Like, if you have a problem with a substance, it's not necessarily, and in fact, I don't think it's even good to think about, like, that it's a sign that you have a problem with. It's a sign that there's stuff that you need to work on. It's a sign that maybe there's trauma that you need to heal. And or even a sign that you're in a situation, like a life situation, which is more likely than you think, that's not good for you, right? You're working a job that hurts you, that psychically delivers damage to you every day. You're in a toxic environment with friends, with family, right? There's a lot of things that can happen that contribute towards, people engaging in behavior that's not necessarily good for them, right? So rather than like pointing to the substance and be like, oh yeah, I just need to make a disciplinary habit of just like avoiding this substance entirely, and that will be my good feeling, that will be my feeling of achievement. Well, I mean, so yeah, that's great while you're able to maintain that discipline, but you're also setting yourself up to really spiral if you lose that control, right? If there was a reason for engaging in behavior that harms you, and you're able to control that for a little while, but then you're not able to control that someday, right? The Alcoholics Anonymous model of sobriety, you lose your chip, and the longer that you've been going, the longer that you've been clean. And again, like, I know that this stuff works for some people, and if AA makes your life better and that's what works for you, and that's the paradigm that you want to go with, who am I to judge you? Okay, do what works for you. I would hate to have people think that that they're a bad person for, and that's the net effect of what Vaush is arguing here, right? And arguing that you're a bad person for engaging in behavior that's not great for you is harmful, whether you're talking about like overeating or whether you're talking about any other kind of lifestyle or whether you're talking about use of substances, right? In a lot of ways, like that kind of stress contributes more towards the continuation of less than ideal behavior than looking at the behavior itself as being that which has to be tossed away. And
you would have to specifically hate cows. Yeah. I think that it impedes people's ability to like think about
modding for Sam Cedar. That is the best.
What are other philosophies besides utilitarianism? Utilitarianism isn't a philosophy; it's an ethical framework. But there's like virtue ethics and deontology. The honest.
Oh my God!
The truth to this is that I used to spend a lot more time thinking about this stuff than I do now.
You're philosophy 101. Like, is that what you used to think of more than like, right? That's just like literally like a survey of different ethical systems that you're. This isn't even like, ethical theory level philosophy. This is, the introduction. This is Psych 101. Sorry, not Psych 101. This is Philosophy 101.
Problem is that most of the political battles that we're facing today, like most of the big questions that we're trying to battle over in our political system, aren't really complicated enough that you even need to defer that often to like a broader ethical system. You know how many times I've even gotten to the like framework level?
So let me just throw out there that I know what deontology is, and I know about virtue ethics, but to turn this into a humble brag rather than a brag, let me just say that most situations in life do not require an ethical system.
Talking to a conservative and anything has come of that, they don't know what they have no idea. Like you know what I mean? It would be like getting a PhD in physics so that you could explain to a child why it's bad to throw bricks at kids in the schoolyard because the physics helps you understand how the brick moves. And they're like, why is it bad? And you're like, well, the transfer of kinetic energy from the brick to their body leads to a shock wave across their skin, their subdermal tissue, and then their bone. And it's like, there's no point. It's still good to know. I mean, knowing physics can be really cool, useful. But in terms of like debating people online, God, how often do you go back to the fundamentals? It's like most of the time.
But I mean, like, that's the thing, is you didn't really need to learn these ethical theories that you don't really care about, but you learned them anyway to own your debate opponents. And it almost doesn't matter. You just got to shove enough stuff into your rote memory in order to be able to recite a litany of your superior intellect. That is how debates work. And it's not, the logical processes in which is more valid. It's like, who can think best on their feet, pivot most, and turn the subject into an area of their expertise, and then be able to talk over the person that they're debating.
The milieu of, is that the right word? Milieu? Is that the correct word?
It's a French word for place.
Word? A person's social environment. No, that's not. I was going to say the milieu of retards. Well,
yes.
My social environment is that, maybe. I don't know. Sorry. I'm so sleep deprived. I shouldn't even be talking about this. What is this segment? This is not a segment. Consider a perfectly spherical.
Tell that to your other editor, right? Tell that to your other editor.
Nazi. True. Has Vaush talked about the Argentina Trump? No.
But here's why that's not a segment, right? Literally putting this up on his main channel would lose him subs. Now, I don't think it would hurt him long term or anything like that, but this is an area that his community vastly disagrees with him. He hasn't made a convincing argument to them, and they're. I mean, I don't know how serious they take this. I don't know if this is a deal breaker for any of them, but yeah, I just feel like he's just got a very naive take on issues of substance abuse and self-harming behavior.
We were about to do 5 more hours on that,
which would be fine, except that people are looking at him as some kind of expert on like everything, which he's not. Once again, he's not.
Particular subject. No, moving on. Get me out of here, please.
He's
there
like,
a
get me
difference
out of here
between
before I
ethics
get
and
more. He's like
morals?
seeing his subs go down.
Yeah, the difference between them is that if anyone ever tries to explain the difference between ethics and morals, you give them a wedgie. Basically, you give them you reach into their pants and you grab their tidy whities and you pull up until you can put it over their head like a hat. Wait, now I'm curious. About what? I just gave you the answer.
Anyway. It's like music that's like, this is really something to think about. Vaush has really given us something to ponder. Thank you, Vaush. Okay, where are we at right now? 2 hours and 23 minutes. So let's watch the new Thoughtslime video. And maybe I'll keep the Keffals tie-in for if we hit the sub goal. If we hit any kind of sub goal, super chat goal, member goal, any kind of goal like that, we'll do the Keffals tie-in. I've already given you one Keffals tie-in with what Keffals said about Vaush, and apparently there's like a whole stream about it, which I don't think any of us really want to watch that much Keffals. But there's also a Keffals reaction to this Thoughtslime video, because of course we've got to react to Thoughtslime and talk about how slimy the thoughtful slime really is, and how probably going to talk about, do you remember the time that Thoughtslime said that Xander Hall was in a sex cult, but it turned out that Xander Hall was not in a sex cult? It was just an inappropriate Discord, right? It was just a weirdly inappropriate interaction between a content creator and their fans. And it didn't turn out well. That's the actual story. But let's take a look here, see what kind of thoughts Thoughtslime has for us, and look, like I feel like Thoughtslime does so much of a better job. Like, I reacted to the Shoe on Head video too, but I wasn't able to put what was wrong with Shoe on Head's argument. I wasn't able to put it so succinctly. So we're gonna learn from the master.
Other side. I have a deep.
We're gonna learn from Mildred.
This is the hardest video I've ever had to make. I never thought I'd have to make a video like this, but it has come to my attention that I have failed men. For those not familiar, men are like, how do I describe them? They're like normal people, but usually they're bigger, and usually they're hairier, and they don't typically smell as good.
Let me check in with chat. How are you doing, chat? What's going on? Why? Oh my god, the emotes took over my chat. I can hardly see any of chat because there's like emotes everywhere. I got out the emotes and now I can't put them away. That was bad. That was really, really bad. So bad. Bad advice, which is what we've come to expect from Vaush. Sam Cedar conducts daily interviews. And look, like, you know, Vaush is going to be a content creator regardless of what I say, regardless of what you say. I don't think that the problem so much is that a Vaush exists. I think the problem is this kind of parasocial cult that's developed around him, and how much faith people place in, you know, naked emperors like Vaush and Destiny. That's the real problem. Sam Cedar conducts daily interviews with experts in their field about passing issues of our time. Pressing, not passing. Vaush, drugs are bad. Okay, yeah, Vaush with the spicy take. I don't know. Like all it is like him knowing how he can trigger his audience, basically. He seems to only debate people who don't know stuff. Generally, I mean, he did the 2 debates with that Katie, who knew the subject material a lot better than he did. And one of those he actually won, surprisingly. Christy can't think of a more deserving person than Crowder. I mean, it's hard to think of a. He's a utilitarian who doesn't follow any of his he's not that interested in what utilitarianism even is, right? Like, I don't think Ooh, Thoughtslime. What's ooh about Thoughtslime? Is there stuff that Vaush Army hates Thoughtslime? Yeah, especially the Zan Army. Master of sarcasm. Remember that time that Thoughtslime used a simile? That wait, like literally or figuratively? Oh my god, I'm so silly. Fat brown. Oh, when you said fat brown blunts, I was thinking first. I thought about brown fat. Does chat know about brown fat? Like, so, you know, fat is like adipose tissue, right? It's a storage tissue for a very concentrated fuel, let's just say, form for hydrocarbons to exist in your body that you can kind of carry around with you. That's literally what fat is. But did you know that there is more than one type of adipose tissue? Right now, I don't want you to take any, because I'm not giving you medical advice. I'm not giving you nutritional advice, right? This is just fun facts. This is clearly fun facts, right? Because you will hear some people trying to, you know, give you, sell you something using, you know, the idea of brown adipose tissue, brown fat tissue, right? I am just here to tell you about it because I think it's kind of interesting. Most adipose tissue does not burn calories. It just sits there and is a store of calories. And, you know, if you exceed your caloric input in your output, then maybe some of those calories that are stored, you know, through a biological process could become part of the Krebs cycle and actually power your body, right? But there's another kind of fat too. It's called brown fat, and it has an interesting function in actually keeping your body warm. Like, right, it costs money. It costs energy to maintain brown adipose tissue, because this adipose tissue is thermogenic, right? And if you're wondering where it's at, all right, so people have various amounts of brown, you know, fat. Some people have a lot, some people have very little, right? The most common place is like right under your neck, right? So, you know, you're not going to feel anything there. It's not going to, right? But that's where it is. That's where that's the most common place to store brown fat. And it's interesting. That's all I will say. I'm not going to tell you to go out into the cold in order to like lose major calories, although there's like some people that are studying that kind of stuff. I'm not going to give, there's no lifestyle recommendation here. Slime from a thought, probably nothing good. Like if a thought had slime.
It's hard to describe them because they're quite variable. Some of them are Chinese, some of them are dentists. They're all different. You know one when you see one. But it's not important what men are. What's important is that it's been brought to my attention that some of my words have been deeply offensive to men and people within the larger male fandom. And that was never my intention. I
feel like the combination of the music and the slime, the slow flow of the slime through the sewer pipe, it's very relaxing to me.
Never want to mock people who I think could defeat me in a fight. Besides, some of my best friends...
That's why there hasn't been a vegan gains video by Thoughtslime. Okay,
are men. I have
now we know.
Men in my family. I'm even half man on my father's side. I have a deep and abiding respect for men and male culture. I've participated in many of their rituals, gone to their places of worship, ate their traditional foods. I will now give the traditional male apology for any offense my thoughtless words may have caused. I'm sorry, bro. I love you, bro. We good, bro? Now to back up and explain myself a little bit, in a video about the deeply embarrassing Nick Adams and the deeply embarrassing way he tries to portray himself as an alpha male by
One in chat if you know who Nick Adams is, right? Like if I look this guy up on Twitter, Nick Adams alpha male, best-selling author, endorsed by President Trump, founder of this thing, presidential appointee, Australian by birth, American by choice. He's the alpha male. What is this?
The other day I parked my truck in an EV spot and started down the sidewalk. A few moments later, I heard a deep and powerful male voice calling out.
So what I wonder, like for those of you who are familiar with this content creator, is he serious? Is like anything that he does serious? Because like half of the stuff that he puts out, it sounds like a joke.
To me from behind. Nick Aaron's alpha male.
They knew it.
I turned around to see a very tall and fit African American in a cheap Wahoo Cleveland Indians hat sprinting towards me. As he got closer, I noticed he was wearing Yeezy 450s and a massive diamond-encrusted 45 chain. He had barely broken a sweat as he extended his hand to me. We shook hands, and I was
This is a very long story, and there's not much payoff to it.
impressed not only by his firm and masculine grip, but by the sheer size of it.
Okay, I don't even know about that music. I'm worried about that music. Boycotting the Washington Commodores and their woke head coach for scapegoating Jack Del Rio. Alpha male Thanksgiving agenda. Jim, foursome with the boys. Oh, wait a minute. I feel like see, this is what I'm talking about. Is this bait? Is this bait, chat? Is bait going on? Is bait happening here? Foursome with the boys. What's the foursome with the boys? Oh, golf, of course. Yeah, that's... No, it's bait. It's bait. He literally wants people to quote retweet him and be like... Ha 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 ha. That's gay. That's what he wants people to do. He wants people to quote retweet him. Foursome with the boys? Oh, you mean like, or yeah, no, that's what he wants. That's what he's looking for. And I'm not gonna give it to him, chat, because you know, if he was gonna have gay sex with four or with three other men, that would be the most based and least cringe thing that he does in a year. Anyway, I think this guy's a parody. I think this guy's a parody. I'm not sure.
Stepping on candies and going to boob restaurants.
Until M&M's rectify this grave wrong by giving us all male M&M's, this boycott will remain.
Like a foursome of M&M's?
M&M's?
Wait, but if they're all male M&M's, isn't that kind of gay? That's not very alpha male.
Put down the woke M&Ms. I said the following. The question of whether or not the hashtag online left is enough to appeal to hashtag men has become the question du jour. And like, that's a very misguided question, in my opinion.
I mean, this is a very good name for a video. Being a man ain't what it used to be.
Broadly speaking, the goal of the left should be to spread power to the most people possible. And so it should always be kind of harder to get people who already have unfair amounts of power on board.
It's like Sam Cedar's Ken and Ken show. Yeah, except it's all Nick Adams.
That's inconvenient, but it's also kind of unavoidable without diluting the goals we seek to achieve. It is never in the self-interest of the powerful to aid the powerless. That's the reason there are powerful and powerless people in the first place. And men, by and large, are more powerful than women. There are, of course, exceptions. There are intersections of other forms of oppression that can make individual people's stories different than the general trend. But like, men have most of the money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting, often to not men. In virtually any circumstance where a man has a shitty time in life, if that man were a woman, they would be having a worse time because they'd have all of their regular problems plus some new woman problems. I can see now the mistake I made, which is that I took it for granted that my words would be understood in the context I said them in, rather.
M&Ms have to be boys to go in his mouth. Meanwhile, I love every gender of M&Ms. He's just a clown of a person, a bag. But sometimes I think he's a secret lefty. I don't know, Chad. I'm probably wrong about that. He's probably not a secret lefty. Sometimes I feel like he's playing for the other team. Like there have to be some of the right-wing grifters. Like, right, we talk about this, right? You know, like the whole definition of a grifter, somebody like, you know, saying not what they believe to achieve a certain social media or audience result, right? There's got to be. In fact, wait, wasn't there an example of this? Oh yeah. Wait, I'm trying to remember what it was. I feel like there was like, wasn't there like a black content creator that was saying a bunch of like, you know, anti-black and kind of pick me stuff. And then at some point they were like, haha, you all donated to me. You gave this many thousands of dollars to me. And guess what? I don't agree with y'all. It's not, yeah. I feel like somebody literally like conned the right and then laughed in their face like that. If you want to fix him, you might have to be one of his mates in the foursome on the back nine. So you're saying I should dress like a boy? Like maybe a caddy?
Then used outside of that context to give the illusion I had said something different than what I said. And for that, I apologize. Never in a million years would I have thought that simply saying the most banal, obvious, and self-evident facts about the reproduction of patriarchy could be taken as evidence of a supposed demonization of men and manhood. Particularly because the whole fucking video, like the whole fucking thing, was about how insincere this type of performative masculinity is, how it does not represent men realistically, and holds them to standards that are both impossible and, this is important, deeply stupid. But then, some very concerned people reached out with some gentle criticism, some suggestions like that I should kill myself, more people than the normal amount that tell me to kill myself, and a lot of people complaining that I hate men and also for some reason white people.
I don't understand. Like I've noticed this thing, right? It's not just Thoughtslime, but creators like over a certain size, I don't know if it's 100K, 50K, whatever, they seem to not worry about like euphemisms like unaliving, right? Me, if I'm going to refer to anybody saying something like that to me, I would use the phrase unalive. Here, you know, Thoughtslime seems to be less concerned with that. I wonder what's up with that. If there's like a certain level where they're just like, yeah, we'll actually watch your video, and if you actually are saying something like, you know, that's dangerous, a danger to yourself or others, then, you know, you're gonna get demonetized. But other than that, your video is free to go.
Which I don't feel is related, but okay, I'll work on that too, I guess. And I didn't want to admit it at the time. I thought, you know, what's probably happened here is that some chud must have talked about me in a video. Like some chud didn't like a thing I said, and they showed it to their chud audience to get them mad at me about it. But what happened next shook me to my core. Because it turns out it wasn't a chud.
Yeah, that person got 500,000 views on that video.
They talked about me in a video. It was shoe on head. But what?
So wait, was it not just a chud? That chud was real, right? The chud from before? The chud that we just saw, you know, Pawtucket Patriot or whatever his name is? Mr. Cool, I'm sorry, Mr. Cool. It's easy to mix up Mr. Cool Ideas with Pawtucket Patriot, whatever. And the ANCAP colors. Why would those, is that just behind, is that his, like, that's his background for his thumbnails, I guess. So he's an ANCAP. He says, don't, please no steppy, not a snake, but a porcupine. So you definitely don't want a steppy, but that's, so here's what I'm wondering, like, is it that this person saw the video first? Oh, no, Shu reacted to Vaush's reaction. I'm just wondering, did anybody inspire anybody else? Like, right, did this person's video? No, because Vaush would have seen Thoughtslime's video independently.
Like,
I'm pretty sure that the entire network, they like watch everything that Thoughtslime puts out and disagree. They're ready for another video that they can disagree with.
some chud didn't like a thing I said, and they showed it to their chud audience to get them mad at me about it. But what happened next shook me to my core. Because it turns out it wasn't a chud that talked about me in a video. It was Shoe on Head.
I don't know, because the hat, Zara, I feel like the hat is kind of cute. Like, right? I don't know. Like, if I'm gonna do drag, I might as well, like, have, like, loose-fitting clothes and don't they have a floppy hat? Do caddies have I feel like there's a floppy hat. I want a floppy hat.
But what? Well, she didn't really talk about me so much as she showed, like, a clip of me in passing.
Have you seen golf clothes? Like golf, I wanna go out there like a newsie. I wanna go out there dressed like newsies, right? If I'm gonna play golf with the boys, with Nick Alpha Male Adams and the rest of the Sigma crew, right? I wanna be dressed like newsies.
In a video, and that was why suddenly my feed sucked more for a little while until they got bored. And it confused me. It confused my delicate little brain.
They're called Pamellas?
I would understand if some chud made a video about me, but True on It is, of course, no
I thought a Pamela was like a delicious citrus.
right-wing culture warrior. Now, I'll grant you, she once was. She was
like a grapefruit.
once an anti-feminist crusader in the meme wars. She rubbed shoulders and hobnobbed with all sorts
Oh my god, we gotta find the meme wars thing. Here, let me
of
find this.
anti-SJW alt-right adjacent figureheads and white supremacist terrorists back then. But in time, the scales fell from her eyes like Paul on the road to Damascus. And now she's a bona fide, real, honest-to-God, no-fooling leftist. She said so. Of course, those old videos are still there. You know, she's not running from her past. And of course, they're still monetized. Like, she's still benefiting from her past. But when people come to our side, it's cause for celebration. They should be welcomed and given leadership positions. That's called solidarity. People can change. People can change without meaningfully changing their behavior. And at the time, I was too busy to respond because, of course, I was working on a video about fake leftists disingenuously calling for left unity in order to use our spaces to spread their right-leaning, often bigoted ideas. So, of course, you see, I had no time to think about Shoe on Head. No, I'm doing it again. I'm being snide. I mustn't be snide. Being snide is what got me into this mess. Look, I can't see inside Shoe on Head's heart. If I were forced to guess, I'd imagine her conversion, so to speak, is genuine. I don't think she's lying about that, and I don't really give a shit if she is, and I don't think it would matter if she was. For the record, I find it far more likely that she did genuinely change her mind about some things, but also held on to a lot of her previous biases without realizing it. I think she's coming from a background of like latent right-wing echo chambery spaces, and she still has a lot of those ideas bouncing around in her brain. It's not that she like sat down and like deliberately, maliciously said, good, I will infiltrate the leftists by pretending to be one of them. That's a cartoon thing to do. She didn't do that. Sometimes leftists are shitheads. I don't know what to tell you. She would say I'm a shithead. I would think that wouldn't cause her to think I am like a fake leftist any more so than like a lot of people do. Now, she doesn't really so much talk about me in her video.
Okay, here we go.
She includes like 2 seconds of me talking, although within those 2 seconds, she does do some, let's call it creative editing.
All right, so this is the great meme wars that was just alluded to. Let me see how many people I can identify here. All right, so on the left, we have the right-wingers. We have the based and red-pilled right-wingers, right? And on the left, we have the soy kooks, known as SJWs. Oh my god, there's some bad shit. Oh, wait, I'm not even sure like what's showing. Okay, good. There's one thing in this picture that's showing up, that's not showing up, and I'm so glad. Right, they're actually depicting self-harm. Luckily, you can't see it, and I don't think anybody should have to see it. Right, I'll just tell you what I can recognize, who I can recognize, who's here that I recognize. From the 2000 and wait, this is 2017. Everything about this picture though, it's like, was Sargon even relevant in 2017? All right, so who is that? It's like Stewie Griffin with a weird head. Oh my god, I don't know. Is that some EFAP person, chat? Is the Kekistan flag famously raised over, like, Shia LaBeouf had a flag that said, he will not divide us, and 4chan played capture the flag, and they found every place that Shia LaBeouf put the flag and replaced it with a Kekistan flag. So that's that. I beat SJW-ism. I don't know who that is. There's a guy, oh, Shoe on Head. That's gotta be, wait, is that Armored Skeptic? I don't recognize him without the armor. I guess that's Armored Skeptic, right? So you got Shoe on Head and Armored Skeptic. You got Sargon of Akkad. Blair White down here in the lower right. And I don't know who the rest of these people are. I don't even know. Is that Chris Raygun, maybe? I'm only thinking this is Chris Raygun because I know that standing right next to him is Lacey Green. That's Lacey Green. Lacey Green used to have like kind of a feminist channel, you know, kind of sex ed topics and stuff like that. And then took the red pill and became like a right-wing content creator. Although to be honest, like Lacey Green's like feminism was like skin deep. So I don't know who the lefties are, except for we got oh my god. I'm trying to remember any of these people's names. This has been so long, chat. Carlos Mazia is the person on top pointing. I don't recognize anyone else here. I don't know who the anarchist, the person in the anarchist onesie swallowing heaps of blue pills is. It seems like a lot of these people have like hand puppets. I don't know why they have hand puppets. They're literal Nazi recruiters and white supremacists. Get dunked, her. Who is that supposed to be? Oh no. I don't know who these people are. But anyway, this is like the meme wars for anybody who's interested. Another piece of cringe fan art from the anti-SJW community. Dave appears on top. So that's Dave. I don't know. Chris Raygun. Oh, Dave Rubin. Wait, Dave Rubin? They're trying to make... That's Dave Rubin? Dave Rubin is cool to these people. Wow. Yeah, they only really identify like Dave Rubin, Chris Raygun, and Lacey Green. I thought I would recognize more of these people, but apparently not. Apparently not.
Why would a struggling man even want to move left when the left appears actively hostile to them?
The question of whether or not the hashtag online left does enough to appeal to hashtag men has become the question du jour. And like, men have most of the money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting.
The average young man in America isn't Jeff Bezos. Also, why did this motherfucker just FBI crime statistics at me? Men do the most murder. Okay?
Sorry, Shu, I should have been clearer about this. I was talking about who has power over who in the scenario. You probably didn't realize that because it was in the part of the video that you skipped, but generally, when you're willing to kill someone, that grants you a certain power over them. Kind of thought that didn't need clarifying, but there you go. That's why I threw that statistic in there. They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve. They like that. They want it to stay that way because it suits them. Because of the stuff, telling people they're special and deserve all the nice shit that they have, that's going to be an easier sell 10 times out of 10 than like saying, hey, maybe you should have less stuff and other people should have more.
Leftism is when you don't have a lot of stuff.
No, I don't think leftism is about having less stuff. I do think it is about flattening unjust power dynamics and kind of...
Has she read the bread book?
Dismantling oppressive power structures. And so if one group is systematically denied stuff, then...
First you have to go around and you got to do an inventory of all the stuff, count up all the food, count up all the delicious calories on the earth, and then you have to, you know,
Yeah, taking stuff from the people denying
hippity hoppity, eliminate private property.
it and giving it to them is indeed leftist. Kind of thought that went without saying, kind of thought that was self-evident. If one were to simply watch her video, which approximately 3 million people did, they'd get the impression that I was saying that the left should not do outreach to men because men are murderers and evil, when in fact, what I actually said was the left, by virtue of the positions we hold, will always have a harder time converting those who benefit from the structures we seek to dismantle, a position she herself states in the same video.
But the fact is, it's hard for progressives to organically appeal to men, because a large part of progressivism is oppressive hierarchies, and men are oppressors. Making progressivism look appealing to young men is an uphill battle from the start.
And thus, the question of whether or not the left does enough to...
This is the thing, right? So the piece of logic, if you want to call it that Thoughtslime is currently taking down is the argument that leftism should do more to appeal from people who benefit from the inequalities that it seeks to dismantle. That would be dishonest, right? Now, if you want to be more honest and still appeal to people that have some level of privilege, maybe point out that they, you know, point out the privilege that they don't have. Point out that, like, you know, we just talked about eliminating private property. That sounds pretty bad. If I'm coming from for your toothbrush, if I'm coming for the butterfly hair clip that you have, you know, that's your private property. Is that what no comment chick means? No, that's not private property. That is your personal property. It's on your person. It's used by your person, so it's your personal property. It's your personal stuff. Nobody wants your toothbrush. Nobody wants your, you know, I don't know, like, right? Nobody wants your personal stuff, right? You know, it's been up in your, you know, like, right? Nobody wants to take somebody else's toothbrush away, right? So personal property is not really a problem. But when we look at private property, what we're really talking about, we're talking about the means of production. We're talking about property which in and of itself earns money for a person without them doing anything. So that is what needs to be expropriated. She doesn't even read zeets. Do we call them zeets? Is that what we're calling them? Is that what they're called now? Zeets? I still refuse, like Rohan Kashibe style. I still refuse to call it X. Like, in my mind, it is still Twitter, even though it might have gone down the shitter. That doesn't make it any less Twitter than it's ever been. Oh my god, I want to, like, read... This is the problem, chat. These butterflies actually kind of mess up my hair. Rezeets? Oh my god, I'll never get with that.
Appeal to men is misguided. It's harder for the left to do that, kind of intrinsically. My point about men doing most of the murdering and assaulting, which is just a statistical reality, was not brought up as Shu presents it here as evidence that the left need not appeal to men. I brought it up many sentences later to demonstrate the relative power dynamics between men and not men. But she kind of just splices those two things together, and it gives the impression I'm simply dismissing men's concerns out of pocket. She hilariously
That's what this whole thing is missing. Any, like, objective analysis of power dynamics.
Obviously had to skip past a part where I specifically say that there are, of course, exceptions to the general rule that men are more privileged than, say, women. Because if she didn't...
But no matter how much privilege you have, okay, you still cannot escape the top of the hour ad break. The top of the hour ad break comes every top of the hour. It forces 3 minutes of ads into your eyeballs, directly into your eyeballs. And there's not a lot you can do about it except if you have a Prime account, you can get a free sub and get out of the ad break. That is one thing that you can do about the ad break, right? If you have that Prime sub, you basically have a free Twitch sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you will no longer see those ads. You can also pay $5 to get yourself out of the ad break, to buy a sub from Twitch, or you could get lucky and it is a roll of the dice. It's not sure to happen, but you know, if you don't have a sub and you're active in chat, there's a good chance that somebody wishing to do you some good, wishing to get you out of that ad break might actually give you a gift sub. So more likely to happen again when you're active in chat. Yeah, we're gonna get into the eyeballs a little bit later. This might be the last segment, though. It's looking like the last segment.
It would become clear that her entire framing of this issue is kind of horseshit. Because of course men have mental health problems, and of course those mental health problems are important and worth taking seriously. The only people she seems to be able to point to say otherwise is like weird Twitter randos. Given that she likes to, let's say, embellish the contents of some people's tweets, I don't find that argument necessarily persuasive. Saying that someone has privilege, or even indeed that they actively enforce a structure which privileges them, doesn't mean that, like, we ought to never ever listen to them or help them with anything ever. If I were on fire, I would expect a less privileged person who is holding a fire extinguisher to help me. She also seems to be missing the broader critique people are making. I think that she's absolutely right, for example, to point out that it's kind of rude and shitty to respond to a man having a mental health crisis by simply saying that mental health crisis is the result of patriarchy. I don't think it's fair to lay patriarchy at the feet of an individual man, and I don't think it's helpful to dismiss someone's mental health concerns on the basis of their own relative privilege, or even like their shitty attitude about it or whatever. Even if someone is like a sexist jerk, like their mental health problems are important. Mental health does not discriminate in this way. Even mean, shitty people deserve to have their mental health treated and taken seriously. That being said, it does kind of seem to me like Shu is suggesting that discussions of patriarchy and privilege are the thing which makes men depressed and lonely, or at the very least, the thing which prevents feminists and leftists from addressing the issue, that men feel undervalued and attacked specifically because of efforts to dismantle these privileges.
I know I'm supposed to have more bling on, but I was trying to put the clip in my hair and it shot. You know how you like pinch the clip to get it to open up? But I pinched the clip and then it shot out of my fingers and went psh, like a magic missile.
Towards the end of her video, for example, she says that men are natural providers and that their inability to
+1 damage against chainmail
makes them feel valueless.
A lot of men's value comes from the money they make, unfortunately. Men are natural providers, and if they have nobody to provide for, they get into findom or send random girls on the internet money. I'm just kidding, but the fact is, a lot of men simply feel like they don't have a purpose anymore. Whether a job or a career that's fulfilling and pays well, or a woman or family to protect and take care of and provide for.
And like, it does strike me as disingenuous to at once say that men feel undervalued because they're unable to be providers, which is obviously true and a serious problem, and then go on to say that men are natural providers, a phrase which insists that men are correct, that their value is based on how well they provide for others. It suggests that if a man's partner or family does not require him to provide for them, they are somehow robbing him of his natural position.
Yeah, it suggests that whatever the hell it is that Shu is shoving down the throats of her audience is not leftism. Not even progressive in any way. It's just repackaged patriarchy. And why would you be surprised that a pick-me piece of shit like Shu would do that, right? Why are you surprised by that? And look, I don't even care, because there's multiple reasons. There's multiple reasons it could happen. It could happen because she is literally, she's a grifter and she doesn't care, or she does have an opinion and it's a right-wing opinion, and her whole thing is to make money off of lefties while making their opinions more right-wing. Right? And don't you feel silly for supporting her after that, right? Or it could just be that she hasn't unpacked her shit and she's literally like somehow does not see the problem, does not see the way that she's undermining her own message, her own message that's like the, essentially that there's not a need for any kind of militant feminism, right? Because sexism is not in any way out of hand.
This is, in my view, rather ironically, precisely the type of gender essentialism that creates the loneliness and depression she is ostensibly so concerned with. The idea of men just being naturally the providers is the justifying logic of patriarchy. Of course, it's not that non-men have been forbidden from or kept out of positions where they could provide for themselves. It's simply that men are, by nature of being men, naturally seeking out those positions and do them better because of their natural provider vibes. You see this logic applied each and every time some dickhead claims the wage gap doesn't exist and that women simply choose jobs which pay less. No thought is given as to why women choose those positions or why those positions are paid less. That's just what women do naturally because of their girl brains, which naturally don't want as much money as men. It's kind of silly, right? Because, like, of course...
Because men have this natural need to provide wired into them. Like, it's just naturally, like, in their male DNA, right? This is, yeah. It's normal, natural, and necessary. Wow, I checked Amazon page for Jink's book, Progressives Are Going to Win and America Will Love It. It's got a bunch of 5-star reviews. I'm guessing fake bot reviews. That's entirely possible. Bought and paid for reviews is definitely the Cenk Uygur type of capitalism.
There's no biological drive within men that makes them need to provide. It's the result of patriarchal conditioning, the justifying logic of patriarchy, of maintaining male privilege, backfiring and making men sad because the thing it is justifying.
And that's what we mean when we say that a lot of what's hurting men, a lot of what's isolating men is literally the patriarchy. If you look at misogyny or I don't know, like a male-centered view of the world, right? Patriarchy. If you look at it as a the fuck was I gonna say?
Actually sucks. It sucks for everybody. So the solution to that problem is to undo that conditioning, to help them understand that others are their equal and thus equally capable of providing for themselves. It does not make them weak.
I mean, like, essentially what I was trying to say is that patriarchy is a type of male exceptionalism, right? And this is what is hurting men. They can't get any help. They have emotional needs they're not allowed to express, right? And they're looking for help, right? But where's this help gonna come from? Always some incredibly toxic, like Andrew Tate clone. Invariably, that's where they find the help. That's the red pill community, right? The idea that you could reach out to somebody maybe who's not even male and literally, literally deal with emotions together, right? You would have to admit that your loneliness is not a special kind of loneliness, and that is that's what the pill that they're selling these guys, right? That it's a special kind of unique male loneliness. No one else understands. Bullshit. Everybody understands. You've been conditioned not to be able to understand, not be able to accept that, to look at your emotional needs as a vulnerability and try to hide them as best you can. That's what's hurting men.
Or useless if their loved ones don't depend on them for survival. They need not be.
And Shu's answer is like literally that, like, okay, so look, in the past, men used to derive meaning, like, this isn't what she's saying, but this is, the gist of it. Men derived their meaning from being breadwinners, from providing, right? That's how they felt like, okay, life is confusing and scary and seemingly meaningless and cold at times, but it's okay because you're the provider for your family. Your wife can't provide, your kids can't provide, you provide, you do that. They need you, right? That was the cope. Because honestly, you shouldn't need that. You shouldn't need that role to love yourself. You're worthy, even if you're not a provider. Shu's answer is we're going to go back to, in some way, to allow these guys to be providers, right? In order, to give up our own role as far as breadwinner, as far as, economic engine or what have you, right? So that these men can retake the role that they need to feel okay. And I'm saying patriarchy is what makes you feel that you got to be like okay like that, right? So yeah, this is literally Shu's alternative to tearing down the patriarchy, right? Which would materially benefit men.
the breadwinner, they are valuable and worthy of love either way, as indeed all people are. If the boys need to provide to be happy, fulfilled, and mentally healthy individuals, if that is just a natural, normal part of being a man, something they can't change, and our goal is to prevent them from feeling those feelings, that would seem to suggest that men should at least be financially privileged, so that they get to be the providers, that we shouldn't meddle in that natural, normal state of affairs. Now, yeehaw, hold up there, partners. I'm not trying to present that as Shu's opinion. I don't think it is. I doubt very much she would say that that is what she believes consciously. I don't want to present those as her words, nor would I sink so low as to edit 2 sentences she said together to make them appear to be her words. They are not. She is not saying that. It would be a lie if I said that she was saying that. But it is the unavoidable extrapolation from what she is saying, leaving me with the question, does she kind of believe that on some level?
Yeah, it's like she's not saying that.
Or did she simply not realize that implication? And
this is the thing with Shu. She's never terribly clear in you know what she's getting at and what she's saying. And it kind of like it basically, you know, these are like leading questions that she's asking. And then when you speak out what she's implying, she's like, but I never said that. Okay, then what exactly were you trying to say? Nothing at all, I guess. She doesn't want to take responsibility. She wants to say it without having the responsibility or the ability for somebody to call that out as being wrong.
Either case, it speaks to what I think is a blind spot in her reasoning. She seems to consistently frame the feelings of men as taking priority over the needs of others. She lists examples of women's victories in the workplace or university and kind of just baselessly speculates that this is the reason men are getting more depressed.
Men have been dropping out of college like flies. And what does that get you? Poor men. Which, since women are doing amazing in college,
frame the feelings of men and kind of just baselessly speculates that this is the reason men are getting more depressed.
Men have been dropping out of college like flies.
Oh shit, it's 66.4%. Wait, what does this mean? Some 66.4% of all women had earned a degree within the last 6 years compared to 60.4% of men. Wait, what does that even mean? Okay, it's like out of context. 66.4% of what? Of all women had earned a degree within 6 years? Like, that doesn't sound right. Okay, are we okay? So no, maybe I misconstrued this. I was like, in the past 6 years, 66.4% of women, like, you know, have a degree that's 6 years old or newer. That's not what that means. So within 6 years of starting as a freshman, 66.4% of all women had earned a degree. So this is like a graduation rate, I think. Yeah, it's a graduation rate is what it is. And there is a little gap there, but what, are we supposed to feel guilty about that?
And what does that get you? Poor men. Which, since women are doing amazing in college now, and many are now out-earning men, this most of the time leads to single men, which then leads to lonely men, which leads to depressed men, which leads to the high.
But assuming like a given level of like heterosexuality, right? You're gonna have singleness is gonna, like, as the singleness of men increases. So okay, let me point this in the right way. As the singleness of heterosexual men increases, so does the singleness of heterosexual women.
Rate. Okay, let's think that through for a minute. If that is the case, what are women to do about it? Simply forego their own ambitions, careers, and educations because pursuing them might make the fellas sad? We're meant to accept that men become sad when they have fewer options, but would not other people as well? Would not women become sad if they cannot have job? And just spitballing here, while we're throwing out ideas, maybe those men could still date women that make more money than them. Unless somehow they came to the conclusion that in order to be a good partner and desirable as a man, they would need to be the natural provider.
So yeah, in other words, you could see, you got to have one of two views. Either the breadwinner role, the provider role, is normal and natural and necessary for men. It's hardwired into the DNA. This is just how men are. And if they're not able to dominate the job market, they're going to be sad, right? That's one option. That's the option that Shu is presenting. The option that Thoughtslime is presenting is that actually they're not just sad. It's not hardwired into their DNA. Men are conditioned by the patriarchy to think that they need to fulfill this role. And even though time has marched forward and they don't literally have a monopoly on jobs the same way. And they do have an advantage, like even with the higher graduation rates, right? You still have a lot of industries which just do not really have a path forward for women, which you can go into that industry, but you are going to be constantly running up that hill if you're a woman in that industry. So a lot of women, either don't go into them in the first place, or they leave the industry because it is a boys club. There are still boys clubs that exist, right? And the amount of the earnings disparity, the gap in earnings, like, right, why are we grabbing a disparity in completion of college education as like an indicator of women being better off, when a better indicator might be average wage? And when we look at average wage, you're still earning a fraction on that dollar.
Unless that were the case, of course, it's not that I think Shu believes men's feelings should take first priority. That would be a ridiculous thing for her, a woman, to believe. It's just that I think her sympathies are more in line with anti-feminist positions than one might expect. And she's not doing that in like an insidious way. It's just that she was an anti-feminist.
You're giving her a lot of benefit of the doubt. I'm not sure if she's deserving that, but I respect you, Thoughtslime, for being so magnanimous, right?
For a long time. She is obviously sympathetic to their reasoning and has cultivated a following of people who are also very sympathetic to that reasoning. You can see that, for example, when she brings up women being more likely to go to post-secondary education, as though that implies men are, if anything, actually economically disadvantaged, that we have overcorrected, and now men are the ones being...
I almost get a sense from her that she thinks that women, even being close to parity in terms of a job market or in terms of educational attainment, that is unnatural, that is out of whack, that is not, that's too far of a departure from tradition. You're gonna have a bad time.
Held back. But those figures change a lot when you compare graduation rates for fields that are more likely to make lots and lots of money. At one point, she talks about how the Tumblr feminists she was mocking back in the day are now transphobes, and thus, we all should have cut her some slack back then.
Funny.
90% of all homicides recorded worldwide were committed by male perpetrators. We should just get rid of all males, to be honest.
Dudes love it. I love a sexy lady telling them stories they want to hear. It's true. Shu knows it too. Yeah, this is the kind of pick-me she is. She's the literally not like other girls type.
This includes trans women, as they still retain male violence. By the way, you know the Tumblr feminists who were like, all men are sexist and rapists, male tears, penises are evil, blah 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 back in the day? Well, this is them now. Should've just let me cook back then.
Are there trans people? Are there Vaushite trans people out there that buy that? Are there trans people that are like clapping their hands? That's right. Fuck those feminists, right? Oh my god. Oh my god. What a mistake. What a mistake, right? But I mean, this is the kind of shit, this is this like slippage that Vaush thought allows. Is for you to be like, yeah, feminism is bad because look at TERFs. Look at TERFs, half of whom are not feminist, half of whom are like socially conservative, more than half of whom are against women's rights to their own bodily autonomy. Those aren't feminists, Shu. Those aren't feminists. Those are TERFs. Those are right, they're just using the feminism as a cover.
I think there are a few problems with what she's saying here. I think that there are, for example, a lot of valid criticisms of Tumblr-style pop feminism, and I think chief among those criticisms is a culture of
lack of intersectionality for once.
Toxic performative inclusion, where people climb over one another to...
Wait, what is this? Wait, what are we seeing? What are we showing here? Wait, what are we looking at? I don't know what this is. Wait, wow, what? This is like Tumblr feminism, like the epitome of Tumblr. Am I missing something? I'm also having trouble, obsessed with anime, so it's like a weeb. It's a furry, learning Japanese, likes Hatsune Miku. Wait, what? I don't understand. And what the Thomas Jefferson? I don't get it.
Tick more diversity boxes rather than meaningfully examine the power dynamics between different types of people in any sincere way. And of course, no doubt some Tumblr-style hyper-online feminist keyboard warriors have grown
Yeah, it's a caricature, but like, what exactly is it a caricature of?
turfy in old age. But that isn't a criticism, I think.
Just Tumblr culture in general. I'm trying to figure out like what the angle is.
That necessarily applies to that style of pop feminism. At worst, I guess you could say that it's
woke scold genderqueer. Yeah, it's just like that sounds like more like something Let's just go back over it again and see if I can figure out more.
Chief among those criticisms is a culture of toxic performative inclusion where people climb over one another to tick more diversity boxes rather than meaningfully
What does that mean though? Tick more people are trying to tick more boxes? So it's just like somebody that's like I'm just trying to disambiguate what Thoughtslime's putting forward here from your basic, like, Portlandia caricature or your Keffals, like, you know, hit piece on Tinder queers and woke scolds and, like, right? I mean, there are criticisms, you know, to be made, like people that think that because they're like gay or trans that they can't be racist, and they absolutely are. I'm just like, I'm trying to get exactly what this is going at. Maybe I just was not on Tumblr enough. I don't know. I missed the whole Tumblr
examine the
thing.
power dynamics between different types of people in any sincere way.
Born and raised in Virginia. What does that? Yeah, I don't understand this at all. I'm completely missing the point, I guess.
And of course, no doubt some Tumblr-style hyper-online feminist keyboard warriors have grown turfy in old age. But that isn't a criticism, I think, that necessarily applies to that style of pop feminism. At worst, I guess you could say that it's vulnerable to entryism from turf lords, but that seems much more common among the type of people Shu was pals with at that time. Nor do I think Shu is fighting with them on that basis, nor do I think anyone who criticized her prior anti-feminist position would have been mad at her if she had been. Nor does her allegiance to trans rights seem all that ironclad, seeing as how she later goes on to claim that within leftist spaces, trans men are somehow less discriminated against than cis men.
Misandry is real. Oh good, finally! And while it doesn't systemically affect cis men, it most certainly affects trans men. Oh. Y'all talking about misandry doesn't harm men, and trans men are right there reading this shit, by the way. I see, now we only care about misandry because it affects trans men. Everyone stop! It's affecting a group I care about now.
Oh, for sure, if there's one group that I think gets no benefit of the doubt, it's cis men. And trans people famously always given the benefit of the doubt. That makes a lot of sense. You're a serious person.
Miss On Head, you are confused, I think. When people say misandry doesn't exist, They don't mean it like you think they mean it. Because of course it's possible for people to not like men or to speak ill of them or to individually have prejudices against them. That's common sense. When people say that misandry doesn't exist, they mean it more in the sense that it doesn't exist as a systemic oppressive force in the same way that misogyny does. That any systemic problems men might face are better understood as a product of the maintenance of patriarchy than a willful effort to oppress men and privilege women. People are quick to distinguish between cis men and trans men about this because the world treats those two groups quite differently. People often impose restrictions and oppression on trans men in a way they do not on cis men, and thus, it is necessary to point out the distinction. Ben Affleck is history's most sad man. Nobody bats an eye. Elliot Page doesn't smile for like 2 seconds in an interview. Obviously, transitioning has robbed him of all joy.
I feel joy.
I feel joy.
With my dog, going on walks.
So much joy.
Getting
Does it look like this person experiences any kind of joy?
Do you see the difference?
Studies have shown that men are scared to be vulnerable, even around the homies. And can you blame them when the media says stupid like this? Fellas, is it woke to open up to your fellow men and discuss history? Men are socialized to believe strength, dominance, and stoicism are behaviors of a real man. Is it any surprise that men are lonely and have less friends nowadays?
The video she pulled the clip of me talking from, by the way, is actually about this distinction. The difference between toxic masculinity and just guys being dudes. It's a video all about how meat-headed Dumbo fake masculinity makes men lonely and miserable. That guys like Nick Adams who pose outdated gender essentialist stereotypes on men are, in my opinion, the primary drivers of the male loneliness epidemic she is criticizing here.
Hey, have you ever noticed that the version of masculinity that
Wait, it costs $18 to shower like in a truck stop? Is that what I'm hearing in chat?
guys like Adams promote is fucking miserable? That all of the little weirdos, Jordan Peterson, Andrew Tate, the fresh and fit ghouls, they all propose this type of manhood that is just completely joyless and empty.
Like, shouldn't it be about like I don't know, like I feel like it should be cheaper than a load of laundry.
Where bonds between people are impossible, and the only way two human
gym membership would be cheaper. Yeah, I've had that situation where I'm counting on my gym membership for being able to. Oh my god, yeah, chat. Living in your car is not easy.
beings can relate to one another is through the veiled or not so veiled threat of violence.
The idea that men must be strong at all times and never show their feelings, that's gonna make them crack, because people can't do that. It seems pretty obvious to me that men have feelings, and I think, therefore, should let those feelings be expressed. So fellas, how you feeling?
But more than that, right, here's what I think is really destructive to men, right, is the idea that that non-men cannot understand your emotions, right? That's what I think is really, like, isolating. And that's where, you know, like, it perpetuates this culture. Because, like, listen, here's the deal. If you only socially interact with men, if you only listen to men for, like, advice on how to handle, like, social situations, or how to handle social anxiety, or how to handle your emotions, right? You're going to be harder to deal with for people who aren't men. And so relationships with those kind of people, with non-men, are going to become really difficult, and that's going to increase the isolation, right? It's in some ways it's like a what do you call it? Like, it's like a vicious circle.
Comment below.
Vicious cycle.
She argues, however, that toxic masculinity has been around forever, and if anything, nowadays, it's more accepted for men to talk about their feelings, so they should be feeling
Joking about SA, yeah, is really harmful.
pretty tight, actually.
Vicious cycle.
Men have been socialized this way for centuries, and this is all relatively.
So therefore, there's nothing we can do about it, right? If anybody's been socialized by anything for centuries, then we just got to put up with it, right? Like, for instance, rape culture. If that's been normalized for centuries, well, I guess that's just a normal part of the human experience, and that we shouldn't try to like have less of that in society, or we shouldn't try to, like, talk about that, or like do anything about that, right? That is but that's not even an argument. All that is appeal to tradition. And, like, surprise, surprise, look, if you got an American flag behind you, but it's also got bisexual lighting, and it's backwards, I'm willing to consider the possibility that you are being ironic, okay? But if that's combined with like, men need the role of breadwinner, men need to be the providers. We can't, they got to be given these things, right? This is the natural state of things. If you're ticking so many boxes of return to tradition, I'm gonna say you're just a chud. You're just a chud in a questionable top. That's all you are, Shuan Head.
New phenomena.
And look, as somebody wearing a questionable top myself, I get it. But I don't know.
Toxic masculinity has existed forever. If anything, there's less toxic masculinity nowadays. The cultural embrace of like gender nonconformity.
Like, as somebody who has a look and sticks to it in most of her streams, right? I am in no position to criticize Shu about her outfit, and yet something in me wants to.
Femboys, Harry Styles.
Some catty part of my soul from deep within wants to criticize that top, wants to criticize those shoulder ruffles. Like, seriously, what the fuck?
In a dress, Barbie movie, blah, 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 blah. My point is, toxic masculinity did not just appear in the mid-2010s.
I genuinely have no idea what she thinks toxic masculinity is here. She seems to understand it primarily as like needing to present traditionally masculine, which is certainly part of it, I suppose. But, there's
the beef curtains were pretty funny though. What Shu conveniently forgets to leave out is that a lot of us men do some really, really stupid stuff. And that wasn't even the night he was... Oh, God, I'm sorry. I'm reading conversation between chat.
Still the whole men being socialized not to talk about their feelings thing you literally just talked about. Feels like it's still a pretty big problem, actually, based on the thing you just said. She instead places the blame partially on economic anxiety, which, yeah, I would agree with to an extent.
The housing crisis and living in a country where the wealth inequality is worse than it was during the Gilded Age. That all happened recently.
And the rise of social media and internet pornography, which is...
Social media did, and the internet did, and the rise of dating apps.
A real analysis of this would be this, right? That capitalism is inherently has inequality baked into it. If it wasn't unequal, it wouldn't be capitalism. If there wasn't like a small group of people with control of the means of production and a large group of people providing their labor and getting ripped off in terms of how much they get paid versus how much they produce, and then getting ripped off again in terms of how much they spend on the items that they need to survive, versus how much value they get out of those items. But that was considered okay, I guess, at a time where half of the population was locked out of most meaningful, employment, right? Because the amount of good jobs that were available were distributed amongst one group of people, right? When there was segregation, right? Then you cut it again and say, like, right, so there was a time in which maybe shit seemed like it was okay if you were privileged, if you were white, if you're a male, and if you were doing relatively well, right? This is the famous middle class. This is the post New Deal, post World War II world where people felt pretty good about that. But that shit was unnatural as fuck, right? The sense of okayness felt by that every man whose house is his castle, right? The proverbial Fred Flintstone bread earner, right? That sense of okayness was false. It was based on a lot of things that are just not, but by like displacing that by other people, being oppressed. And so a lot of the sense of loss is, for two reasons, right? One of those reasons is because there is less discrimination, meaning that sense of okayness that might have come from privilege, that same privileged person doesn't feel that same level of okayness. The second part of it is the nature of capitalism to aggregate both resources and leverage and power towards the top. And that is a time, that's a process that takes time. And over time, more and more of our labor is converted into power for the ruling class. So yeah, there's literally less stuff, even if it was divided up, you know, unequally like it was in the past, right? So yeah, I mean, like that's what's going on.
A lot of people, including myself, blame this partially on the rise of social media and technology. RIP to the king. Although technology makes things easier, it can also make us more atomized. Why go to the mall when I can just tap, 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 buy a new microphone and have it shipped to me in a day? Why hang out with friends when I can get all my social interaction I need from Twitter and streamers? Why go on dates?
Look, the American dream was a false promise to begin with. You know, it's built by the separation of the imperial core and the periphery, right? The resources are like aggregated towards towards the core and away from the periphery, through discrimination, through the fact that there was a relaxing of certain things, like the ability to unionize, like the power that unions had, the minimum wage as compared to the cost of living, right? There was a lot of things in place that seemed to make things better, but you can see what that was, right? That was Franklin Delano Roosevelt panicking his privileged rich ass off, throwing some crumbs in our direction to make especially a certain group of people, especially people with privilege, because let's remember, the New Deal wasn't for everybody. The New Deal in a lot of ways discluded Black people, for instance. Like there's even looking back at history in that way, like it poses a danger, like the sense of like, back in the good old days, right? A lot of that shit was a lie. A lot of that shit was just a reskin of the Gilded Age to look less gilded. But the power was always there. The power was always with the capitalists.
And bother meeting women when I could just tap, 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 Google big boob and get 2 million results. Or see my high school crush's holes on OnlyFans for only $5. Instant dopamine, instant satisfaction. And hey, who even needs a real woman when you could just have an AI girlfriend? We're f***ed. We're so f***ed.
Okay. So a couple problems. I have it on good authority that there are people on social media and indeed within the economy who are not men. So why then would the rise of social media make men specifically more unhappy? Why would economic anxieties primarily affect men? Why is it, do you think, internet pornography is so bad for men when various non-men are perfectly capable of becoming horny? Don't believe me? Turn off Safe Search and Google Spider-Punk. Seems like if that was the explanation, everyone would be getting sadder because everyone is equally exposed to these things. And since it seems to be the case that this would affect everyone, and in case you want to dispute that, here's you saying it.
A few new studies have come out that have shown that young men are more lonely and single than ever before. But it's not just men. The women and children, too. It's predicted 45% of women will be single and childless.
And that's what I was trying to get at, right? Is that when you see, like, loneliness, or like singleness as like a particularly like a problem for men, you're neglecting that, assuming a given population of heterosexual people, that like that heterosexual men being alone, it's also like there's going to be like some parity between the percentage of each sex that's single
by 2030. But according to the media, this is a good thing. The she-economy is booming, as they say.
Wouldn't framing this as a men's issue, which we need to look after men's concerns in order
definitely got some boomer thought going on.
To correct, kind of imply that men's mental health takes priority over that of others? Shu attempts to make the case that the reason the right is more successful at courting young boys...
Are you going to go with that?
Yeah, that's how I'm going to phrase it.
Okay.
Is that the left doesn't even talk to them. We just sit in our ivory tower and we don't care, and we just say, it's not my job to educate you, and we sip our soy lattes.
And the fact that we have standards about, like, for instance, not accepting inequality, like, it's portrayed as some kind of snobbishness. You're virtue signaling. No, I just give a fuck, unlike you.
And invent new pronouns to call each other. Now listen. I will never try to make the argument that leftists are not annoying. If your point was simply that leftists should be
I mean, we got that from the earlier Tumblr caricature.
less annoying, I would open my heart to your work.
And look, I will say that, like, being an intersectional leftist, or you know, being in a friend group with intersectional leftists, that doesn't make it so that you're like, there are toxic people, right? It's not. I'm not stating that there's, you know, the people that agree with me are somehow, like, you know, the paragons of virtue, or even like morally consistent. I've met a lot of people who aren't, but that's just people. That's just like the nature of people, that in every group you're going to find some cool people, some honest people, some real people, some shitty people, some manipulative people, some toxic people. That's true. That's true. I just don't, like, I don't know why, like paying heed to, like, you know, right-wing, you know, stereotypes of SJWs that don't seem to really exist in the real world. I don't see how that's helpful, you know, regardless of who's
words, you would be speaking directly to my soul. But to suggest that any leftist anywhere on earth would give up the opportunity to talk for a long period of time at anyone who might theoretically listen? Ludicrous, fanciful, wishful thinking. I think Shu is once again just taking the right's framing of this for granted. That the right are the only ones taking men's concerns seriously and treating them like human beings. To wit, a bunch of mean tweets from leftists. Leftists make mean tweets about men, so obviously they don't know any or talk to any. And if one can't be reasonable on Twitter, a place famous for level-headed, even-keeled discussion, then surely they have abandoned the male race. Unlike the right, who is famously polite on Twitter and always work hard to take men's mental health very seriously and reach out gently with a sympathetic ear. Kindness, compassion, understanding, these are the watchwords of right-wing Twitter. She gives, as a case study of this phenomenon, a young Mr. Andrew Tate, and presents his explosion in popularity as a sort of organic consequence of the left abandoning men to the mercy of the right. Guys like Tate and Peterson, she claims, rose to power simply because men yearned for genuine mental health advice and the left was simply too uncaring to offer it to them.
Let me just decode it in case you're wondering, like, what Shu is looking for, you know, what Vaush, that's where the part of the video about Thoughtslime comes from. Shu, you know, shows some clips from Vaush's video on Thoughtslime's video, right? You know, essentially what the ask here is that we put our concern for misandry on an even par with our concern for misogyny, right? And so anytime there's some bitch saying men are pigs, we gotta call her a misandrous pig and a hypocrite, and you know, that's a real danger. We got to show our moral consistency. We got to completely, you know, obfuscate the objective power relations between, you know, two groups, one of whom has privilege over the other, and call it all even. And same thing with, you know, same thing with white people. We gotta watch out for anti-white racism. We got to call it out when we see it and call those people ethnostaters and Blittler and whatever else, you know, comes to mind, implying that they have more power than they actually do. Because again, we're not paying attention. We are purposefully obfuscating. We are purposely ignoring the objective power relations between these two groups. We are taking that out of the equation. The thing that makes, you know, intersectionality, the thing that, you know, that makes Marxism, we just got to forget about that.
Instead, choosing to vilify them as toxic and privileged, and to repeatedly insist they do not commit sexual assault.
The reason young men flock
I mean, it's bad when people are making fun of people for being poor. It's bad when people are making fun of people for being unhoused. But have you thought about how much, like, anti-rich hatred we allow to slide by? I mean, shouldn't that be just as bad, saying, you know, bad things about rich people? That's like the same thing.
Alt-right MRA movements is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. I'm sorry, but how is respect women brain-dead advice? What advice? Don't rape? Don't be a rapist is bad advice? Help, I have no friends or community, I feel suicidal. Have you considered not raping?
So she makes a lot of hay of this, and she is, of course, correct in pointing out that it won't help any man's individual mental health to hear that, But also, it seems really weird to suggest, some might say dishonest to suggest, that that was the point anyone was making. Because really, it seems pretty clear that the tweets she was showing weren't suggesting men are depressed and lonely because they are rapists, and that the left advises them to knock that off, but rather that guys like this are giving bad advice which encourages men to behave rapefully. Like, a lot of their advice boils down to disregard people's boundaries. And that's kind of a fucked up thing to teach people, I think, is the point everyone was making with this glib remark. It does not seem as though they were genuinely offering do not rape as mental health advice. I don't think it was her intention to be sympathetic to Peterson or Tate. She is, after all, making this video, partially at least, to talk about how harmful they specifically are, and how the left, in her view, is ill-equipped to confront them. She nonetheless seems to share their view of themselves and their role in the discourse and how they became popular. She says, for example, that Tate seldom talks about politics. He just talks about men.
Andrew Tate rarely, if ever, talks about politics. Andrew Tate talks about men, and the left only talks about men when they talk about Andrew Tate.
I don't really know what that means. Like, I guess Tate doesn't talk about electoral politics very often. He does sometimes, but not as often as other stuff. But like, discussing men and the way that men ought to behave and how the world ought to treat men or anyone else and the various power dynamics between those groups, that is political. If we divorce these men from their own myth-making, the circumstances of their respective rises to popularity are quite different than Shu has presented them here. Jordan Peterson first grew to popularity by lying about Bill C-16, a needlessly controversial amendment to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which extended existing protections against discrimination to include discrimination against gender identity. He rode the popularity wave of transphobic hate speech and parlayed that into a career as a public intellectual and parlayed that into a self-help grift. He didn't simply get popular out of nowhere because men yearned for his sage advice. Andrew Tate became popular on social media by having the men in his self-help groups receive discounts if they flooded social media with posts about how cool and or sick he is. It wasn't simply an effect of his natural charisma.
Sparkling water you have to buy. So if you only drink sparkling water, you only drink rich man's water. If you ever meet a man who's afraid of sparkling water, know this. He's certainly afraid of combat.
Or a world that
That's the only thing that I agree with Andrew Tate on. Yeah, you shouldn't be afraid of sparkling water.
Was yearning for someone like him.
But understand that you can get it cheaper if you buy it in the 2 liters, right? There's no need to, to spend, $22 for a case of caffeinated sparkling water when you can just do it up yourself with some flavor enhancer and some seltzer water.
It was a deliberate and clever, albeit highly unethical media strategy that paid off, something he was able to pursue because he was already a very successful sex trafficker. Both of these guys have an easy time winning the allegiance of young boys and depressed, desperate men because they're willing to lie. They don't actually care about the well-being of these men and boys. They'll just say whatever makes them a quick buck. Even if what they're saying hurts those men and boys, they'll just tell them whatever easy answers they already want to hear. That's why their audiences are full of either very young people who lack adult critical thinking skills or vulnerable people who are more easily subject to that type of emotional manipulation. They have no problem claiming that, if you do as they say, all your problems will just be solved forever on their own. You'll stop being depressed. You'll make more money. You'll get strong. You will receive mad puss. It's not that, like, leftists just never thought of offering advice to men. It's that this is not a strategy that the left could or should emulate. Because, like, our goal, I hope, is not simply to trick people for easy money. We can't just lie to them. We can't.
That's the whole thing, is either what Shu is asking us to do is either to water down the whole purpose for advocacy, just like forget about, forget about reducing misogyny, right? It's not really a problem. Forget about racism. That's solved too. Let's just tell white people, tell men that everything is fine. Any sort of benefit from privilege that they had in the past has long since expired, and that anyone who disagrees with that is actually being racist and or misandrist against them. That's their explanation, right? It's
nor their safety or best interests in service of getting them to do what we want. We can't say, for example, that if they become intersectional feminists and study bell hooks, they'll get mad puss. I don't think it would hurt, but why would it help? I don't think it would do that. It's certainly not a guarantee. I think we can agree on that much. There are a lot of factors which determine whether or not you get mad puss. Perhaps take some time to examine why it is you feel entitled to mad puss in the first place. And for that matter, whether you are seeking mad puss simply as a means of projecting a sort of misguided social capital. After you've done that work, also try learning guitar. I don't know, maybe that'd help. Beyond even that, once again, as I said in the video she misquoted me from, it is just more difficult to get a privileged group on the side of eliminating said privilege because they benefit from it. It privileges them, one might say. That is what privilege is. It's the only way that privilege can exist, because otherwise, If no one had an interest in maintaining it, it would just evaporate. It would go away on its own. That does not require.
Okay, so chat, we're coming up on what seems like the end of the stream. I don't think we're gonna come close to hitting the sub goals today, but whatever. I need to work on some videos. I need to expand the community and do all that stuff. You haven't gotten a video in a really long time. You've got one coming at you tomorrow, Saturday. Look for it. It's a video about Anna Kasparian, and she's back on that birthing person train once again. I'm gonna try to get ahead on some of the videos, so I'll be able to bring you more than one of those every week, because that's apparently what I need to do. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for supporting me. Understand that hitting those sub goals is what lets you see more of me. In light of that, I'm gonna have to cancel this Sunday stream. The Sunday streams, I think I'm just gonna continue only going on that if I've got like more than 100 members or more than 100 Twitch subs, which we don't have right now. So Sunday stream is canceled. I will see you again on Monday. Thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate you so much. What? Oh my God, am I ending at an inopportune time, Soul Life? I'm just letting you know, because we're gonna watch the rest of this video, but
Of course, that the privileged group is consciously
there is some Keffals stuff, right? Somebody sent me a Keffals video of Keffals reacting to this video, and I wanted to have some time to go over that with you, but it doesn't look like it's necessarily gonna happen today. So
fully suppressing those they have privilege over, though sometimes they might be, or that they're necessarily deliberately malicious in some way, though sometimes they might be. Men aren't privileged because they sit around scheming about how to oppress other people, obviously. I think it goes without saying that most men, given the choice, would prefer that all people are treated equally. I think that is the normal thing that pretty much everyone wants. But it's just self-evidently more difficult to get people who benefit from inequality on board with the project of equality. All things being equal, people like to have benefits. Why else would most feminist icons be women? Why else would most civil rights icons be black? This isn't difficult stuff. This isn't complex theory. It's common sense, and here's you saying it.
Men flock to the MRA movement because they're the largest beneficiaries of MRA shit. Imagine saying women flock to women's rights activism because they're the biggest beneficiaries of women's rights. Like, no f***ing shit.
The MRA movement, you see, this is the person that Vaush told us, hey, we're gonna give Shu a chance. All right, we know what Shu did in the past. We know what she stood for. We know what she's about. We know those videos are still standing up. We know that she's still making money off of those videos. But give Shu a chance. Give her a chance to convince leftists, to convince Vaush's impressionable audience that MRAs are on the same level of as feminists, right? That's just a movement for to address the misandry. I don't think even Vaush believes that. That's a ridiculous proposition, but that's what you allow to be served to your leftist audience. I don't know. I feel like Vaush is a pipeline, right? But he's not. He's like a pipeline in the other direction. That's essentially what's gone on. But the claim that they make, right, is that Vaush is like, look, I'm a little bit edgy, I'm a little bit rough around the edges, but just go with me, just be chill with me, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in people from the right, and they're going to see me, and they're not going to be turned off by me, because I'm not an SJW, I'm not a caricature from Tumblr, right? I'm somebody they can relate to, but, they'll come in, and I'll slowly, get them to stop being, drooling misogynists and shit like that. It's like the opposite. I haven't seen that. I've seen a bunch of well-intentioned, leftists and liberals come in and slowly be acclimated and conditioned to reactionary thought. Vaush fucking tricked you, and he's chutifying you every single day that you stay in that toxic community.
I actually think they harm men quite a bit, but you were responding to someone who phrased it as though they help men, so I guess I'll give you.
I'm just letting you know that that the end of the stream, I gave you an extra hour today, right? Normally it would be 3 hours when we don't hit the sub goal, but I wanted to watch this Thoughtslime video with you, and it took a little extra long, so you're getting an hour, a free hour.
You would pass on that one. Still, maybe that's something you might have wanted to clarify. I would have thought, at least, that it wasn't controversial to say that we need not try to court or appeal to people whose goals and beliefs are directly contrary to our own. We obviously cannot convince everyone. People who explicitly reject our goals should not be welcome within our movement. We either get those people on board with our goals, or we tell them to fuck clean off.
Yo, I love Thoughtslime's graphics.
And we're never going to get everyone on board. Some people need to be told.
How do I get my shit to look that clean?
Fuck clean off. The goals are the whole thing the movement is for. There's no sense building a big movement if that movement doesn't have a goal in line with what we want? Perhaps our energy is better spent making the rejection of our goals politically costly than just banging our heads against the wall trying fruitlessly to convert people whose material interests motivate them to oppose us? It seems like an effective strategy because each time one of these costs is extracted, the right piss and shit their diaper about how unfair and scary.
Hey Ma, I finished my bottle, Ma. Can I go out and play with the fellers, huh? What is the joke about, like, I feel like there's something, like, messed up about this Baby Huey thing. My, dad and his brother used to call their other brother Baby Huey. And I'm always like, wait, what is... So, this is like the red flag somewhere.
It is. They seem to dislike this strategy quite a bit, which suggests to me that it is working. Of course,
it's kind of like the Big Chungus thing. Like, you wonder if that's like a...
they'll always say it doesn't. And if your audience is full of people with that kind of sympathy, you might come to believe that it doesn't work because the people who don't want us to do it are telling you that.
Can somebody explain Baby Huey to me?
When I talk about people who oppose our goals, I don't mean men as a category of person, because men are, give or take, roughly half the population. It would be disastrously unwise to simply abandon half of the population. I do not think men, as a general rule, are evil or unreachable, or that the left should simply not try to get men on board or accept that sexist men can never have their minds changed. That's maybe something I should have specified in the video, because a lot of people seem to think, or were motivated to pretend, I was saying that we should never try to get men on board with us. So I should have made that clear. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Wait just 1 minute. I just looked on https://youtu.be/GFL4SE4 used in her video. We have to be okay with 889, and I did. I did do that mere seconds after the clip Shu used in her video. We have to be okay with alienating certain groups
So Thoughtslime's talking about the original video, the Hooters video.
people. Just pausing here because I don't think I did a great job of clarifying this point. I am not saying that dudes are unreachable. I'm saying that there are a portion of dudes who are unreachable. They're a small minority. That's so fucking weird because from the way that people are talking to me, from the way that people are responding to what I said, it's as though I didn't say that. And what's up with that, everybody? It's kind of like my words were taken out of a larger word zone. I don't know if there's a term for that, but like
the word zone?
You see my point here? Because our position is
context, yeah.
Basically, hey there,
the word zone.
fellas, you should join us, because here's why. It's the right thing to do, and while you obviously benefit enormously from the structure as it is that we're attempting to dismantle, people...
Oh my god, am I really not going to get done with this? And I spent 4 hours on stream to...
Even you will suffer, so please accept this enormous moral burden for the rest of your life. While the right wing...
Yeah, like, honestly, like, I mean, here's the deal. Like, I've got to start making more videos. The only way to do that is, you know, to stream, less, you know, saving the ability to pay for an editor. That would also mean finding an editor that I felt like comfortable with, like handing you know, my aesthetic over to, because I don't want to, like, you know, hire an editor and just have my videos look like everybody else's videos. So
position is basically, hey fellas, you know those people you want to control? Well, they should be your slaves and they should cook and clean and
yeah, that's the essentially the limiting factor at this point.
Fuck you whenever you want, because you're cooler and smarter than them. Basically, you're really special and you deserve that. And if any of that makes you feel bad, like it makes you feel like you have some empathy for them, just know that God said so, and God is the moral arbiter of the universe, so it's okay to think this. It's normal and natural. Do you see how the bad position is kind of an easier sell? How that's a clear...
Yeah, I've made an executive decision that the stream's not ending until, like, I don't want to cut off you know, slime in mid thought, right? This is a thoughtful slime who has a lot of thoughts. Some of them are slimy, and we got to get through that. We got to, like, you know, pan for gold within the slime, because there's bound to be some.
Your value proposition, how the left is kind of fighting an uphill battle, and to suggest that it's simply a lack of effort on our part is kind of willfully, disastrously ignorant, how our methods are not so easily disentangled from our goals, and to suggest that we emulate the methods of our opponents could have the unintended consequence of undermining those goals. Now, none of this should be controversial. I would call it Feminism 101, but it's like, it's not even that, really. These are the starting positions that everyone should be able to agree on, that a feminist might use to construct a Feminism 101 argument. Even the most ardent anti-feminist should be able to admit that if male privilege exists, whether or not they concede that it does, some men would want it. Far be it from me to suggest that she in any way read my video in bad faith, because I really don't think she watched it. watched it. She probably just watched the video she linked in her description of Vaush, who did read it in bad faith, and she got mad at that. It was just, more helpful to both of their positions to pretend to believe that I'm saying that all men are bad and evil and decide to do harm to not men on purpose because of their bad, evil nature. That men deserve to be lonely and non-men should isolate themselves from men who are too dangerous to be trusted. Which is a weird thing to think that I would advocate for, because while I don't consider myself a man, strictly speaking, I am typically perceived as one. I piss amongst the menfolk, and nobody finds that unusual or strange. I have, within my possession, an entire penis and testicles. Many people, superstitiously, would argue that that alone makes me intrinsically and irrevocably male. So do you see how that line of argumentation could kind of backfire on me? Do you see why it would be disastrously unwise for me to stand in front of 300,000 people and say, hey everybody, you know that group that you think I'm part of, that I can never leave? They're evil and they want to kill you and you should stay away from them. They cannot be reached or changed. Do not trust them. It is not worth our time or effort to try. That could kind of backfire on me, don't you think? This should be obvious if one applies even the most basic standard of critical thinking, instead of trying to imagine I said whatever makes your audience most mad. And I'm being very critical of Shu here, but let's give the devil her due. I think she likely does genuinely care about men's mental health issues. I think she has enough compassion to see people suffering and to be moved by it. Let us now observe Shu's compassion for men.
Nobody told me how lonely being a man is. We knew what depth felt like before we transitioned. We knew what it felt like to have people want to hug us and to have people want to talk to us and to have a community. And then you transition and you're just a guy walking down the street that people cross the street so that they're not near you. None of this invalidates how real and raw women and people who are in marginalized groups feel about cis white men.
I love how even when he's experiencing the issues of being a man, he's like, this doesn't invalidate people hating men. Come on, bro.
Did he say it's okay to hate men? Did he say that? Because it sounded like he said a different thing. And you just kind of vilified a man having a mental health breakdown. That's the type of thing one might not do if they cared about men's mental health.
Listen up, chuckle. I'm white, socially awkward, autistic, in my 40s, ugly, overweight, crippled, got a weird balding pattern, and have bad skin. You know what I didn't do? Choose to become a fascist. I may be hideously ugly and pathetic, but at least I'm not a fascist. Thank you for your input, buddy. You're, really helping the situation.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe this is
Wait, what was that a reply to? I don't
just
understand.
me, but I do feel like if someone is talking about all of the problems they have with their appearance, that is a sign that they are perhaps not emotionally healthy. And to laugh at them and call them hideous and pathetic could be perceived as one not caring about that person's mental health. And it makes her mad when she thinks she sees people snidely dismissing that suffering. And it also makes her mad to see me at all. So she would like very much to pretend that is what I did. But no, I was actually not snidely dismissing their suffering. I was snidely supporting their suffering. And I'm not like mad that she used a clip of me that made me look bad, because that would make me a huge hypocrite. I make myself look bad all the time. It's fun to do. I get that. I just think that her analysis of this subject is dangerously myopic. That she's really applying a bad faith lens to any and all feminist analysis, no matter how basic. She doesn't seem willing to consider the greater context that any of these issues exist within. And she seems to give a lot more weight and consideration to anti-feminist arguments than I think is helpful in this discussion. But, that doesn't mean we have to behave in the same way. We don't need to miss her larger point either, because she is correct, of course, that there is a mental health crisis, and it does affect men, that men kill themselves at alarming rates, that men feel despondent and hopeless and lonely, and it behooves us all to try and be as compassionate as we can in dealing with that. But, let's be careful who we blame that problem on, because it's not that the left isn't trying, it's that the right is able to manipulate people, and we're trying not to do that. And that puts us inherently at a disadvantage. And the worst thing we could do right now is try to adopt similar tactics, because that would be abandoning men. That would be not taking their concerns or well-being seriously. Instead, I think the basic common sense solution to all of these problems is a sort of mandatory feminization of all cis men. We will sweep across the globe like a horde of estrogen locusts and destroy the entire concept of maleness and masculinity. We'll dye the oceans pink. We're going to remake Breaking Bad with an all-female cast. We're going to put tampons on the New World Order flag. Hello and welcome to the Y-Ball Chromosome, the only Eldritch Horror YouTube promotional segment exclusively for boys. That's not to say that we exclusively feature men, or that we exclusively benefit men, because we don't really benefit anybody. All fall before the unspeakable might of the eyeball. But I mean a secret third thing. Also, probably I should mention eyeballs on small creators. I promote other people's work. That's the idea. I don't know if I've ever actually explained that out loud in the, holy shit, 4 years I've been doing this. Okay, all right, that's cool. Hey, kind of a weird, some might say derelict of duty choice to make a video about some personal beef nobody cares about in the middle of an ongoing genocide. And yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes you're knee-deep in a project when the world just goes absolutely maniacal. And I'm not really sure how useful my voice on the subject might be, given my own, let's call it, tendency to default to histrionics and my personal feelings on the subject. Luckily, there are other, more responsible YouTubers to pick up my slack. In Debunking Israeli Ads, the dark history of war propaganda, Bridget Empire outlines not only the utterly vile tactics that Zionist propagandists are using to dehumanize Palestinians right now, but goes in depth to demonstrate the lineage of these tactics.
Yeah, we're in the eyeball zone now, everybody. Welcome to the eyeball zone. I'll have to check out Bridget Empire. Who else do we have in the eyeball zone? I feel like there's another... Wait, who's this?
Where he walks you through the task of creating a pitch for a TV show. Big. In fact, my pal Kyle has started a project called Public Access TV Writing, where he walks you through the
Public Access TV Writing.
The task of creating a pitch for a TV show. Big deal, I hear you say. Lots of people do that on the internet. But there's a twist, you see. He's doing that from the perspective of someone still learning and experimenting and documenting the experiences of his process along the way. You can watch in real time as he faces the same challenges and setbacks that you would and how he overcomes them. Plus, if you enjoy my sense of humor, like, first of all, I'm sorry, that sounds hard. And secondly, he's got pretty much the same one, so you'll find more of that there. No offense, Kyle. Please destroy his comment section with positivity. Crush my friend Kyle's testicles with affirmative comments. Thank you. Yeah, I got a haircut.
That sounds painful.
I do that. Do you have a small project that has nothing left to lose? Feed it to us in exactly one email at thoughtslimeeditor@gmail.com with the word eyeballs.
Do you think I can watch this, guys? Oh no, I can't. This is like a 3 million channel. I'll get in trouble if I try to watch this video. We can't do it, chat. We can't watch this video. I don't know which one is the like. I know I can trust this one. For tomorrow's video. let's see if we can bring this video out for you. A little early, okay? I'm not sure if it's entirely done, so like I'll probably work on it a little bit more after this, but kind of a good track. Let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna give you a little sneak preview. Wait, are we on it? Are we on it? Am I showing it to you? There it is. There's me. I'm not against trans people, but I just find them really useful to dunk on. Anna's not being bullied. Anna is the bully.
The N-word offensive.
No, 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 no.
Anna Kasparian doubles down after, this is earlier, this is like 6 months ago, after bashing trans inclusive term birthing.
So yeah, this shows you how little time that I've been having to work on videos, right? I did this content probably a month ago. I'm just now finishing it. I think I had it mostly done for a long time, and then I was streaming, which I'm kind of doing now, which I'm kind of making the same mistake, and that's why I kind of try to go on streaming as much as I have support for, and then using the rest of the time to make videos, because making videos is what increases the support. You know how the game works, right, chat?
Person as degrading to women.
Just to reorient us, what is birthing person? Why does Anna talk about this? It's an inclusive term that is used mostly in healthcare to describe not women, not a synonym for women, which is what Anna takes it as. Birthing person means a person that has the capacity to give birth. You're talking about some cis women, but not all cis women. You're talking about non-binary people, some non-binary people, but not all non-binary people. So yeah, you're also talking.
I apologize for that, especially Saskia Kasparian, for her stance.
That wonderful discourse on birthing people.
Comparing her to J.K. Rowling and accusing her of
in the way that she doubles down. Here's a different scenario, okay? Anna Kasparian, I don't like being called birthing person. Women's fun. But that's not what Anna wanted out of this. Anna wanted to farm drama from trans people. I'm not against trans people, but I just find them really useful to dunk on by purposefully misinterpreting inclusive language that has a utility, right? If you want to talk about people who have the capacity
of bigotry. So I listen to this. I'm like, okay, if a person doesn't know you, but they know of you and you're with Young Turks, or typical criticism in my Armenian community circle. I just kind of, it's not like you don't.
Now here's my question for you, chat. I am pretty sure that Anna understands what this term means. I think she pretends not to.
She is actually not wanting to be bullied and categorized and cornered, to have to agree with everything that's taking place. So you're almost experiencing a little bit of what Trump experienced as an individual, that they're now.
Look, if a bunch of people ran circles around Anna and they were like, na 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 boo boo, you're a birthing person, ha 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 ha, your only meaning in the society is your capacity to give birth. Yeah, I mean, you could say she doesn't deserve to be bullied like that. That's what bullying would look like in the context of birthing persons. That's not what's happening, though. Anna's not being bullied. Anna is the bully.
Attacking you.
Yeah.
And you've been for some of these guys, but now they're coming after you. So do you kind of see yourself saying, look, I don't know if I'm...
I was hanging around with this trans chick and I thought we were cool. And then all of a sudden she insisted that I use the right pronouns. I don't want to be bullied like that. I want to be able to misgender you freely. Like, why would you bully me by insisting on that I use the pronouns that you go by?
Either I'm not the Anna of who I was 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Maybe I'm also maturing with some of my policies.
That's maturing.
Maybe, or grown with some of my policies, or no, I'm not the
She's so brave, right?
Democrat of 3 years ago or socialist of 5 years ago. I'm also evolving today. What's going on with your transition?
That's what's going on with Anna's transition. What's going on with your transition? Tell us, Anna, what's going on with your transition? Because there's a difference between somebody that's a trans ally and that might make a few mistakes, but if you let them know, they're going to have a different response to Anna, because there's a lot of people that fit into that category. There's a lot of people. Okay, so you can look forward to that coming out tomorrow. If you want to, I can do it as a premiere. Do people want in chat if you want this as a premiere, right? What a premiere is basically I show you the video, or like, sorry, the video comes out in there, like screens, right? It's like it plays for like, you know, the length of the video, and you can, there's a chat. In other words, yeah, it's like a stream, except it's not a stream. It's this video. But you know, I'm thinking about doing a premiere for that if people are yeah, and I'll be in chat, of course. So yeah, thank you so much, chat. I'll see you again tomorrow at the premiere for this video. I'm gonna do my best to, you know, fix up, you know, clean up all the loose ends of this video and bring it out for you tomorrow. And then I'll be working on more videos over the weekend, because that seems to be what I need to do right now. The Sunday stream is, you know, I've got one scheduled for Sunday, right? You know, I'll do that when I have over 100 subs or members. But this Sunday I'm going to work on more videos, because that's what I'm getting that I need to do is put out more videos. It's like, you know, you want me to stay here, you want me to survive, you want this channel to keep going. So it's looking like that's gonna be what we have to do, because, like, you know, otherwise I just kind of gauge it by the amount of support we get, and you know, hitting these sub goals is going to keep me here longer on stream during a stream. Like I'll go for longer, and also do, you know, add more days. So but if we can't hit the sub goals, that tells me necessary information that I need to know, which is like, you need to put out more videos, girl, you need to expand the community. So that's what I'm going to be working on. I will see you again, of course, in the chat tomorrow of the premiere, and again on Monday. So until then, chat, much love, and yeah, take care of yourself. I know the holidays are a tough time. We're talking about mental health in, you know, Shu's sense, like the special, like mental health, you know, the mental health struggles of men, but I mean, everybody's got mental health struggles, and you know, it's just finding that family, finding the people that give you that unconditional acceptance and love that you need, that's really key in there. And don't feel obliged to hang around toxic people, even if they're, you know, toxic people that are, you know, in your family or whatever, right? Take care of yourself, and I will see you again on Sunday. Good night.